Beautiful.
Attention ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Amtrack 21, 321, 421, the Texas Eagle. We'll be heading all the way to San Antonio, and some of you guys will be heading all the way to LA. At this time, we do ask you to please read the emergency brochure located in the seat in front of you or the seat behind you. When you're walking through the train, please the handrails and seat backs for your balance while walking through the train. We do ask you to please have your shoes on at all times. So please have your shoes on at all times for your safety while walking through the train. We do like to have your toes on before you get off, so please have your shoes on at all times for your safety. Due to FRA regulation, this is a non-smoking train. There is no smoking on this train, so please do not smoke. If you decide to smoke on the train, that will be your last and final stop. You will be also escorted with the police and a $500 fine, so we do ask you to please do not smoke on the train. If you're listening to a mobile device or electronic device, please wear your headphones and do not disturb other passengers around you. Again, please wear your headphones and do not disturb other passengers around you with your mobile device or electronic devices. This train does have restrooms and garbage cans located in each car. All restrooms are located downstairs in each coach car. So wherever you are sitting at, they are right under you. If you like to use the restroom, there's about 4 to 6 bathrooms in each coach car. They're all unisex, so please knock before entry. Again, you do not have to walk the whole train to find a restroom. They are in your area. They are just located downstairs in each coach car. Again, there's about 4 to 6 bathrooms. They're all unisex, so again, please knock before entry.
I think they've had that problem before. Since they're painted it like 4 times.
Yeah, he repeated the smoking a lot too.
Yeah. That would be an expensive cigarette.
Yeah.
$500.
Very expensive. On the way up here, they got on the do not open the emergency exit window. It's real hard.
This train does have a cafe car located towards the middle of the train, and that is also located downstairs in the middle of the train. They have snacks, drinks, and other stuff for your liking. At this time, they're not open and not serving, so we do ask you please wait patiently once they make an announcement that they are open and serving. So we do also have a lounge car towards the middle of the train. The lounge car is also called the observation car. That's towards the middle of the train. And in that area, towards downstairs, they do have a cafe car. They do sell snacks, drinks, and other stuff for your liking. But at this time, they are not open and not serving at this time. We do ask you please wait patiently once they are open and serving. And just listen to further announcement once they're open. They should be opening soon here. The conductors are walking around scanning tickets. At this time, we do ask you to please have your tickets out. If it's on a mobile device, please bring it up and brighten your screen. And again, please have your tickets out. The conductors are walking around scanning tickets. It's very important that you get your ticket scanned. If not, they will cancel your reservation. If you have any connections or if you are returning to somewhere, any kind of connection, they will cancel your ticket out and you will have to pay again. So it's very important that you get your ticket scanned. Or if we ask you for your last name. We also have a dining car on this train. The dining car will be serving dinner tonight by reservation only. If you'd like to join us for dinner tonight, you must have a reservation. They will be walking around later today taking reservations. So again, we do ask you please wait patiently. Once they make the announcements, you'll hear it, but for reservation it'll be a little bit. So again, just listen for the announcements once they're taking a reservation if you'd like to join us for dinner tonight. Again, we'd like to thank you for riding Amtrack 21, 321, 421, the Texas Eagle, all aboard. First stop will be Joliet. We should be in Joliet in about 1 hour, 1 hour to Joliet.
two?
Yeah, he's my asshole.
Right here, alright. Thank you. What's your final stop, Tucson?
Yes.
Guess you have to get a connection somewhere to Tucson.
Nope, I just sit on the train while everybody else gets off.
Doesn't this end in San Antonio? Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
Well, train 321. But technically I'm on train 21.
Okay.
behalf of Amtrack and the National Park Service, I welcome you aboard the Texas Eagle. My name is Glenn, and I, along with Al, are volunteers from Lincoln Home National Historic Site in Springfield, Illinois. We invite you to our free presentation about the historic sites along the route. This talk will be given in the observation car in the middle of the train. Please join us there, but only after the conductor takes your tickets and assigns you your seat. In addition, one of us will walk through the cars presenting a show and tell program. If you are in the sleeper cars and want to talk with us, please leave your door open. We also have Amtrack timetables as well as brochures about national parks in the Midwest. If you have a National Park Service passport book, we would be happy to stamp it. Thank you, and have a pleasant journey.
You can tell that when you're in our neck of the woods, you can tell we've had all channels.
say,
I learned how to talk once.
I grew up in central Illinois, and people from Chicago consider me country. Okay. I was never a farmer, but my grandfather was, and I spent a lot of time on the farm. But I grew up in a town of 500 people, and we lived a quarter mile outside of town. We got 2 television stations. We got CBS and NBC. South of Pekin, do you know where Pekin is? Okay.
Yeah. We lived in Pekin until December. Taxes were too high.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I lived in a town called Green Valley.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. 29 miles, or 12 miles south of Pekin, about 29 miles south of Peoria. And my dad was a minister, and the church was outside of town, and the house was attached to the church. You know, it's just the way it worked. But people up here, they consider me country. But they got 2 stations, and I come up here and they always say, "East to the south." Like, yeah, southern Illinois, central Illinois, actually.
My daughter, she was right downtown.
In the city here. Yeah.
She manages the Northeast.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, we're gonna move again.
Yes, sir. You were talking about the Chicago fire a while ago. Was
Yeah.
this sort of the area where it
The
started?
entire city burnt down there. It started closer to the waterfront,
Yeah.
and then
It spread.
it spread. And as I was saying, 2 buildings survived the fire. 2 buildings. They were both limestone buildings. One was a water tower, and one was a water pumping station. But the rest of the city, which was all wood,
Right.
was destroyed.
Yeah, mostly brick and stone.
Yep. When they rebuilt, they built with limestone and brick. And for the most part, if you're in the city of Chicago specifically and not down in any of the burbs, it's still brick and stone. But let's see. Now, 2 of the oldest neighborhoods in Chicago are Bridgeport and McKinley Park. This area was originally known as Canalport back in the 1830s and 40s. It was established by workers who were working on the I&M Canal. Bridgeport was named for the Ashland River Bridge and the port, which was located just west of the bridge. And as you look out, this is part of what you're looking at here. And the I&M Canal began at the intersection of Ashland and 27th, and the Canal Origins Park is now there. But upon completion of the canal, and I'll talk more about the canal here in a little bit, but many of the workers, most of them Irish, went to work for the Union Stockyards, which were located just southeast of town, just over here to my right. And they were closed in 1971. Now, I don't know if any of the rest of you had to read Upton Sinclair's The Jungle going through high school, but I did. And his that book was based on the lives of these workers at the stockyards. In the 1830s, 40s, 50s, 60s, this entire area was heavily populated with grain elevators, warehouses, and lumber yards, which were all completely destroyed in the 1871 Chicago fire. Now, as we proceed south, until we reach I-80, you're going to see a lot of suburban sprawl and industry, light industry for the most part. We'll get down, and when we get to Lamont and stuff, there's some refineries. There are some very nice parks in Chicago and the surrounding areas. The Cook County Nature Preserves, Forest Preserves, I should say, are some of the best in the nation. Then Will County and Lake County, they both have great county nature preserves as well. This area was very well taken care of when it came to preserving part of the wilderness that was here originally.
So is that compatible?
Now you'll notice a lot of vehicle traffic right down here to the right as we proceed south. That is Interstate 55, known locally as the Stevenson Expressway, named after Adlai Stevenson, who was a Illinois governor, and he was also a two-time Democratic presidential nominee. Now, I don't know how many of you are big history buffs, but that's what I always intended to do, was teach when I, for a profession, but I didn't. But Stevenson ran against Dwight D. Eisenhower both times that he was running for president, and needless to say, he was defeated both times. But Adlai Stevenson is also, he was born in the city of Bloomington, that we'll pass through a little bit later on this afternoon. We'll make a stop in Bloomington Normal. And the Interstate 55 is built on top of the old I&M Canal in this area, and it connects Lakeshore Drive with Interstate 10 just west of New Orleans. And the total distance of this interstate is 941 miles. So some of these people may end up in New Orleans tonight, but I kind of doubt it. Most of them will probably go about another 15 miles and they'll pull off before they get to 294. You can see the aircraft traffic flying into Midway Airport over here. Mostly Southwest Airlines now uses Midway Airport. Now in just a moment here, on this side of the train, you'll be able to see a water tower that says Forest View on it. And I will be quite honest, this is my first run of the year, so my timing is not perfect yet. Hopefully by the next time I run, I'll say, oh boy, I was ahead on this one, I was behind on that one. But we're going to see Forest View here in a minute. And the reason we bring it up is Forest View was originally a small farming community. And in 1924, it was incorporated as a haven for men returning from World War I, for the veterans returning from World War I. But Capone's men took over during Prohibition, and they took over the entire city of Forest View. And it kind of prohibited growth in Forest View. And after Capone, growth never really recovered. So the city of Forest View is 1 square mile, and it's almost all light industry. It's about 90% light industry now. So there is a community within the Chicago metropolitan area that is 1 square mile. And I don't know if everybody here heard me earlier. If you have any questions as we're going, please ask. And if I don't know the answer, I've often found that somebody in the group does know. I always learn at least one new thing on my trips doing this. And I did learn something on the way up this morning, but I'm not discounting the fact I might learn something on the way home too, and that would make me extremely happy. It was an interesting trip up this morning because all the baseball fans were coming up for tonight's game. Cubs Cardinals, one of the oldest rivalries in baseball. And boy, did we have a good time. How many of you folks are going all the way to Texas tonight? Oh, just a few, huh? Okay, usually it's about half the cars got their hands in the air. south here. We're moving right along the subcontinental divide. The subcontinental divide separates the waters of the Great Lakes and the Mississippi River watersheds. We're at a grand total of 12 feet above sea level here. But that 12 feet makes all the difference in the world. Prior to 1900, the east side waters consisted of the Mud Lake, the Chicago River, and Lake Michigan. The west side waters consisted of the Des Plaines, Illinois, and Mississippi River. After 1900, the flow of the Chicago River was reversed, so it became part of the west side waters because it now flows down to the Mississippi. And as I was saying earlier, there's a stand. I don't know if any of you had the opportunity to do any of the architectural tours downtown, but they almost always tell how the flow of the river was reversed and that we sent all our polluted water down to St. Louis, and then St. Louis bottled it and sent it back as beer. So,
Yeah, I heard part of that.
yeah, I was going to say, every time they tell that same joke. So I told the guy on the last one, I said, I'm going to have to start telling it on the train too so people don't think we're one-dimensional. But we're now just about 15 miles south of Chicago. But this subcontinental divide, the city of Summit, is the home of the Chicago Portage National Historic Site since 1952, which commemorates Louis Joliet, the French explorer. And we're going to proceed south into the Mud Lake Industrial Corridor. In 1673, this area was explored for the first time by a gentleman by the name of Louis Joliet and a Catholic father by the name of Jacques Marquette. And they explored this area, and they thought that a canal would be a good idea because it was the only way of establishing an all-water transportation route from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. And it only took them 150 years to complete that, to accomplish that feat. But they did eventually accomplish it, and it was very, very important for the development of the area because they could move large freight, limestone, heavy materials up and down the canal fairly inexpensively. And once that happened, they could bring goods in from the Atlantic Ocean through the St. Lawrence Seaways, down through the Great Lakes, down the Chicago River to the I&M Canal, the I&M Canal down to the Des Plaines, and eventually into the Illinois River. We're now passing the Argo Corn Products Plant. This is a refining plant that does corn syrup. There's 90 buildings on 375 acres, and it's the largest refinery of its type in the world. As you can see, the trains are very important to moving products in and out of the refinery. They have storage silos on site that will hold corn for 11 days of production. They produce corn oil, primarily mazola oil and margarine, glutens, and different starches and sugars and syrup. As we continue south, you see it's starting on the the west side of the train. Eventually it'll be on both sides of the train. But we're entering the 11,000 acre Willow Springs recreational area. This is part of the Cook County Forest Preserve, which is the largest single county owned, and this one is the largest single county owned holding in Illinois. Now the Native Americans believe that local natural springs had special healing qualities, and traffic on the Illinois-Michigan Canal would often stop near a large willow along the route, hence the name, Willow Springs. But the counties in this portion of the state have done a very nice job of preserving part of our natural heritage. As I mentioned earlier, all of Cook County, Will County, Lake County, they all have very extensive forest preserves. And if Glenn is willing, I'll let him talk a little bit more about the forest preserves and their effect on Illinois.
What it comes down to is there would be very little of the natural world left up here in Northeast Illinois without the forest preserve districts and conservation districts. They had the foresight starting back in the early 1900s to acquire land and set it aside, protect it from development, so that many people who do live up this way would have a place for recreation, as well as protecting the habitat of so many different wildlife species. I worked for many years in the state's endangered species program. And contrary to what many people may believe, one of the real hot spots for rare plant and animal species in Illinois is up here in the northeast corner of the state. It's a different kind of habitat than the rest of the state provides, and because of the forest preserves, that habitat has been protected, and some of those species can continue to survive. One that most people would not expect to find anywhere near Chicago is a species of rattlesnake. I think rattlesnakes primarily is being deserts or in rocky cliffs somewhere. There is one species, the eastern Massasauga rattlesnake, that lives in the forests, including some of those up here in northeast Illinois. Look at that crowd in that room.
Oh my goodness.
As we travel today, through almost any town, you're going to see a lot of people out and about. If you're not from this part of the country, you may not know it's been a very long, cool, wet spring across most of the Midwest. And this is one of the few warm, sunny days we've had. You'll see hundreds of people out all over the place enjoying that fact.
This is still the I&M Canal down here on our left. You get a real good view of it. It's been closed since the 1930s, but the parts of it are still preserved as hiking and bicycle trails.
You can see on the other side, there's a paved trail there. It used to be one of the tow paths where the mules would pull the barges along the canal. It's now a hike trail. Pretty heavy use today. We had the first beautiful weekend day we've had.
Is that dug out?
It was all dug by hand.
All dug by hand.
Which one is this?
This is the Illinois and Michigan, or I&M Canal. You usually just hear people call it the I&M.
When was that done?
What's it? 1836 to 1848.
They pulled the flatboats up and down there?
Yeah.
Right. There's a mule on each side, the ropes back to the barge, pull along. It kind of went back and forth between a cargo facility and recreational before it was abandoned to all that's recreational, occasional recreational.
Yeah, and then you had those trains took over, taking stuff.
And the trains started through this area in the 1850s. 1854, most of the rail that we will run on today, that line had been established in 1854. Now up here in the Chicago metropolitan area, it could have gotten here a little earlier, but we're running on what is part of the Chicago National Railroad right now. When we get to Joliet, we'll actually shift to the Union Pacific. I'm not sure whether or not you're aware of it, but Amtrack does not own any rail. They lease all the rail from freight companies.
Okay. So that's why they gotta wait when freight's going around and you gotta wait.
Well, and part of the reason that they've been pushing this high-speed rail initiative is because now they have 2 rails running all the way from here to... What's that? The federal government subsidizes it heavily. Most of the employees, I believe, are some form of federal employees. I can't swear to that, though. I volunteer with the National Park Service, so...
Okay.
You keep seeing these small bodies of water here and there. You know, it looks like a little lake or something. A lot of limestone boring was done in this area. In the late 1800s, early 1900s, there were over 50 quarries operating in this area. And they just packed up, moved on, and left the holes in the ground. And they become fishing holes. But when they were building the I&M Canal, they discovered limestone in the area.
This waterway is the Cal-Sag Channel. Cal-Sag being short for Calumet Saganishki, part of the canal system up here in northeast Illinois, excavated to facilitate the movement of freight.
I wasn't paying any attention.
So what's the average speed here we're going?
About 88 miles an hour.
88.
It'll be especially apparent we get a little further south. We'll be running right along I-55 again. And speed limit on I-55 south of Chicago is 70 miles an hour.
You can see us holding with the cars there going about the same thing.
And once we get south of 80, speed, they normally can maintain 70 miles an hour up in the Chicago metropolitan area. The speed limit's 60 foot. This is one of those quarries I was telling you
Here's
about.
one of those old quarry pits. They're also incorporated into a large stormwater treatment system up here in the Chicago area. The city of Chicago had a lot of problems with wastewater and stormwater getting mixed and then flooding into places it shouldn't have been. They spent billions of dollars 20 years ago or so to develop the tunnel and reservoir project, and that gives them the ability to store stormwater and then bring it out gradually to be treated before it's discharged into rivers and streams. If you're ever coming into the city of Lamont, Lamont supposedly is a loose translation of Lamont or the Mount French, and possibly the town was named for the fact that it occurs on a slight elevation here, and it's just a little bit higher than the surrounding terrain.
Nice on the hill there, yeah.
Again, Lamont was born out of the limestone quarries.
Yeah, and you see all those quarries we went by.
Yeah. And the I&M Canal was the reason they grew here, because they used Lamont to put the stuff on the canal and send it to Chicago or wherever it had to go. Yeah. He's on the wrong side. All right, yeah. Thanks, I didn't think I needed to tell you that. Where's home for you?
Henderson, Kentucky.
Kentucky, okay.
Yep, I'll make it clear that I'm from Kentucky.
They would get talked to. They would get talked to. She didn't really tell us anything.
Yeah, one of the fine light industries here in northern Illinois is scrapyard.
Here we're about to pass under the bridge that carries Interstate 355 over the Des Plaines River Valley, including the river itself and the floodplain. The Des Plaines and the Kankakee, which will cross later, merge to become the Illinois River. That bridge there across the Des Plaines was designed, and then the design was modified before construction started to boost it up higher above the river valley. That was done at least in part to protect the very rare dragonfly that occurs up in this part of the Des Plaines River Valley. Concern being that the dragonflies, if the bridge was down low, would fly over the top and get smacked by cars and trucks. But if you raise the bridge up a little bit, maybe they'll fly underneath it and won't get smacked so often.
Let me ask you something. You know, there's two things that Plains is famous for. Number one is they got the first McDonald's franchise.
Oh, that's right.
And number two, John Wayne Gacy.
Forgot about both of them.
Not sure which first.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I think he was in the Joliet prison, I think. They put him in the prison. I think it's Joliet.
I believe he was. I think he was at State Building.
State, that's right.
Might end up
Yeah, those first
But yeah, they 2002 they closed the Joliet prison, but I thought he went directly to State.
passing through the very large Citgo refinery here. The refinery facility covers about 1,000 acres. The crude oil flows in by pipeline. It's processed here. Some of the products go out by pipeline, others by rail or truck.
Now, as Glenn was saying, all of this is part of the Des Plaines River Valley, this industrial area that we've been going through. This entire area was carved out by water from glacial Lake Chicago. Glacial Lake Chicago was about 60 feet deeper and about 12 miles further south than the current borders of Lake Michigan. And an end moraine, a glacial moraine at the end of, wow, a glacial moraine at the end of the lake gave way, and about 5,000 years ago, millions of gallons of water carved out this valley. There's 3 waterways in the area: the I&M, the Sanitarian Ship Canal, and the Des Plaines River. I'd like to point out that refinery we just went by, the Citgo refinery, it was built in 1970, and one of the points of interest they point out is it makes it one of the most modern refineries in the United States. That means it's almost 50 years old. Right. It's still one of the most modern refineries.
They haven't built one since, I think.
Not very many. Well, further south, we're going to pass the Viper mine, the coal mine. And about 9 years ago now, they made the decision to move the head of the mine about 7 miles further south to make it more economical to bring up the coal. But they decided it was easier and cheaper to put in a conveyor to run from the new head of the mine back to the coal processing plant than it was to try and get EPA permission to move the processing plant 7 miles.
Okay. So they just put it on a conveyor belt.
Put it on a conveyor from the head of the mine to the processing plant.
So is this, are they covering up something here? Why do they build this mound here?
I don't know. It's probably for containment if something happens.
I don't think it's like holding back any water or anything.
No.
Comment you made a minute ago of not building refineries. Instead of building new ones, all they do is when it's decommissioned, they'll disassemble and send the pieces off and use them to build others.
Now,
See, now I learned something new. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I have learned so much on the train. And I learned who some of his relatives are too. We ran into some of his relatives on the train. But we were sitting there one time when we were talking about the wind farm project that we'll run into a little further south. And somebody asked me a question. I said, I don't know. I can't answer that. And the guy said, well, if you don't mind, I can. I was one of the engineers that helped design it. So I was like, I love this job. I really do.
So what's the round trip day for you? What's the day for you?
We start at 8:30 in the morning.
Both of you?
Yep.
8:30?
Well, actually, I leave the house at 6:15. I live in Bloomington, North.
Oh, okay.
I drive to Springfield. We get on. We get all our stuff together and get ready. Get on the train at 8:30. About. This morning it was like 8:27, and we sat there for 10 minutes. But 8:30, we get up here about noon, and then we catch the 145 Texas Eagle back, which we're supposed to get into Springfield about 5:15. We've only made that like once. Usually right around 5:30, and then I drive back home, and I'm usually home by 6:30, 7. So, and did you say how much do we get paid? No, we don't get paid. This is a volunteer gig.
Yeah. I did that. Like that, okay.
Yeah, this is a volunteer gig.
Everything after 4 o'clock is bill time.
Yeah, yeah.
There's great blue heron sailing there.
Blue heron.
Drainage ditch.
Yeah, I saw that.
Now, one thing
So it's not a job, though.
it's an adventure.
Yeah.
I'll fall back on my Navy career.
Yeah.
Probably some recruiter somewhere. Were you on fast attack or boomer? Both. So you did a career, didn't you? 15? Yeah. I ended up doing 26. And then I decided, it's not fun anymore.
Oh, she was partial time. I mean, I should have stayed in. Hell, he wanted to get out. I guess he just had a little bad
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, he was Mr. Gun
Yeah.
What's more important, money or your family?
I was pretty lucky because my last tour of duty was in White Sands, New Mexico. And my son had just started high school and got down there. And got out of high school, graduated from high school down there. So,
He was looking at the last 5 years out to sea.
yeah.
You can see here we're still alongside the island now.
That's the reason they're saying there weren't any trees beside those canals when they were pulling those.
Well, not immediately alongside it.
Yeah.
We're raining where that's what I was supposed to be, wasn't it? And my uncle, his name was George Abbott. My uncle, I was going down to I'd already joined up, taking the test and everything. And he was the commanding officer down there.
Yeah, we're in the town now that's most associated with the island.
The new school down
This is Lockport. Named Lockport for the fact that lock number 1 on the I&M Canal is located
And I
here.
said,
The canal for a stretch here has been more fully restored than most places. Still tourist attraction. There's a facility of the Illinois State Museum here with historical displays about the canal and other parts of Illinois
a
history.
checklist.
And you can take a ride on the canal. You can sit on a barge and be pulled by a couple mules for a short stretch along the island canal.
Your first lesson in how to get through the Navy is no. So he puts on the uniform. He was a captain at the time. He puts on the uniform and we go down to the regional station. And he says, "Hi, I'm Captain Adam." He says, "Who is your commanding officer?"
The mule will push
"Oh, that would be Captain." He said, "George." And we guys went down.
the place is water flowing, it's going this way.
He gets on the phone. Now, mind you, I'm standing right there, and he says, George, there's a truck down the
The waters go the same direction we are.
Here's the reason I'm calling. My nephew just joined the Navy Blue Cover.
Now, would that have been opposite before they did
Yeah,
the
I guess he
continental
asked
dig
me,
out?
why not? He said,
Turn the
because I'm
Chicago
commanding
over
officer
there?
down there, and I'm telling you,
This
he's
is
not
always
going to
dry.
make it
Water
an
also.
hour.
Okay.
And he said, well, it's too late now. What are we going to do? He said, I don't care.
We're beyond.
He said, put in the 6-year advanced electronics program.
Everything right.
I don't care which one, anyone. And I'm like, don't I get to say this? Shut up. So I ended up going to big deal. But the 6-year advanced electronics program, I had no clue. I found out.
By design, there never would have been a real strong current in the canal. They wouldn't want that because you want to be able to
Originally, I was a
upstream.
fire control
Probably more often than down
And
here,
then I
at least
became
with
a
the
data
loads, because
system.
you were headed toward Chicago with the load.
Something really
Back
odd
down
happened
with
just
the
as I was
empty
graduating from Navy school. The
So the
decommissioned
smoke was
battleships,
designed
all the
to
heavy
keep
cruisers.
water moving,
So all the
so it
8-inch
wasn't
and
stagnant
16-inch
nasty,
guns went away.
but not to let it
The
move very
system I
fast.
had
So when they
trained
were
on
pulling the
was
flatboat,
solely for
over
8-inch
on the
guns,
divide,
fire
you get that
services,
one.
Mark 37 for fire
with
services.
two Chicago's.
So they said, son,
Well,
you have to
well, there-
before
you
the
can either remain a
there
fire
are locks
control
like the
technician
one
and
here at
we'll
Lock Court
give you another
to make it
A
over those elevation changes.
Okay. So I became a computer tech.
So were you
So the canals go
I
down, and
retired
where do they
from
end? Where do they stop? Do they go always to Mississippi?
Just, no,
I mean, the canal.
This goes down to the Illinois, which of course is a tributary of the Mississippi,
Yeah.
and you're off to the world.
Right.
I was gonna say, communicating.
Al, did you get the passport?
Now they sell.
No, I did not.
We went to the place up in
Yeah, they,
Fetch that for you.
Hard Rock Park. There's people selling bicycles. So you can ride these trails. So it's on the canal with your bicycle. Somebody in Henderson put them in. We got some in Henderson now. We can put money in. We can rent the bike. Look how much we're leaning over. I know.
How long did your guys' presentation last?
We ride until Springfield,
Okay. How long?
schedule calls for us to be there at 5:14. We're running a little late, so that's our stuff.
Okay. I'm recording everything with the GoPro. It's facing out to see what you're actually referring to. But I need to go schedule my dinner.
I was waiting.
I'm gonna leave this recording right here. It's plugged in. It's got 9 hours of video. Yeah, I'll be back shortly.
correct? Yeah, above is yes. Right.
Submarines are boats, everything else is a target. Everybody knows where you are.
Now, I will tell you, this is going to say May 5th, 2018, because we don't have a new stamp.
Which we just discovered this morning.
Yeah, we went to fix that this morning and went, well,
What's the same school?
San Diego, excuse me. How you folks doing? All right.
seen the movie The Blues Brothers, the opening scene where Elwood's going to pick up Jake. That's at the main gate of the old Joliet prison. There were other movies made there, going all the way back to 1914. There was a silent documentary made about a day in the life of a prisoner at Joliet. Back when the prison was built in 1858, prisoners were brought from other facilities around Illinois. They were brought up here and ordered to quarry that limestone, bring it up here, build the prison so they could move in. See a lot of abandoned, derelict buildings here along the east side of the train, left side. Those were all steel production facilities. They've been shut down now for several decades, but not just here, read here, see, wherever. At one time, this was about the second largest steel production facility in the country.
Second largest. You just read it.
It was U.S. Steel. That has all moved out. A few of the buildings are being used for storage, small manufacturing facilities, but the majority of it is abandoned.
Yeah, it's part of the Joliet Ironworks historic site, and they're working to preserve and educate people about, because a lot of people didn't know that, you know, Joliet was such a big partner in steel production. Everybody thinks of Pennsylvania and Michigan.
These steel plants, along with the quarrying in the area, resulted in the nickname that was applied to Joliet for a while, the City of Stone and Steel. As we proceed into Joliet, you can look around and see a lot of the older buildings are made of the limestone that was quarried around here. Commercial buildings, churches. As we get up to the station, you see the very large Joliet High School. It's all local limestone on the exterior.
The Great Depression was the death knell for steel production in Joliet, but as a matter of fact, steel production was so prevalent in this area that the Joliet Central
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next station, our first station stop of Joliet. At Joliet, we'll be doing 2 stops. First stop for our sleepers, and then second stop for our coaches. This is Joliet. Again, if you are blocking any seats,
I'm sure if you go online,
we should be pulling up here at Joliet. Please, we're waiting for
it's the Joliet historic.
Joliet, welcome to Joliet.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what, when I was in high school back in the 70s, they took us out there as part of our civics class. And when those gates would close behind you, oh my lord. Yeah, that's one term. Frightening is the other, yeah.
As we continue into downtown Joliet, you'll notice that the tracks we're on are rising above the elevation of the city. Way back when there were 7 different railroads running through Joliet, the city administration said, that's great, we'd love to have all this train traffic, but we don't want you messing up our street traffic all the time. So you're going to have to build your tracks elevated above these major intersections.
That's Joliet Central High School, that building out there.
Yeah, here's a good view of the high school, a few blocks off to the east. And exterior is all the locally quarried limestone. They did a major addition to the high school just a couple of years ago, and they'd still used local limestone for the exterior on that new part.
This is a minor league ball field?
Yeah, right up against us.
Unaffiliated.
Right up against us is Silver Cross Field, home of the Joliet Slammers minor league baseball team. The double meeting of the Slammers took me quite a while to catch on. They, of course, hope to slam that ball all the way over the wall, but also a tribute to the prison, the Slammer on the north side of town.
And
if you look at their logo here on the side of the building, you can see the lower part of the building. Their team logo actually has a wall with razor wire across the top and a guard tower.
Yeah, so it might be nice.
That's a tribute to the prison. We are going to make 2 stops here in Joliet.
I thought about getting that. Look at all that.
To get the sleepers taken care of.
oh yeah, there's a fellow sitting there, and that's his camera that you're having to
We're going
reach over.
to move forward a bit, and we'll stop again to to service the back car.
Obviously, I do.
You just don't bump his camera.
Also on the east, if you look forward of us a little bit, a few blocks away, a very large house with a square structure on top. If you've been on the East Coast, you've probably seen mansions with structures like that. It's called a widow's walk. And on the East Coast, they were built that way and named that because the wives of the ship's captains would go up on the top of the house and watch for their husband's ships returning. Sometimes they didn't return, of course, and those became known as widow's walks because they'd be up there pacing, worrying, and maybe discovering that their husband was not coming back. This one was built that way by one of the railroad owners or executives, so he could go up on the widow's walk and look over here and see if the trains were running on time.
Now, you can just now see over the right field wall there. Just, if you look under the street light here and look up over that green fence-like structure on the top of the building, you'll see what appears to be people sitting on a bench looking down at the game. It's just one of the things they've added to the ballpark, and I think it's neat. I've come up here a couple of times for their games. I went to high school in this town. I don't consider myself from Joliet, let me tell you. I just went to high school. But so I do come up and watch their games. My sister still lives in the area. And they also play the normal corn belters, and we'll go pet through normal here a little bit. So I come up here for games. I go to the corn belt, what they call it, the corn crib there in normal, which is it's pretty good baseball.
It's pretty decent hot dog.
Was it? I just didn't want to.
That high school that you can see off there, you can still see part of it. It covers an entire city block now. But that is the original home of Joliet Junior College. Joliet Junior College is the oldest community college in the United States. And it was established in 1901 as the University of Chicago. And but it very quickly morphed, or by the University of Chicago, it quickly morphed into Joliet Junior College. One of the distinguished graduates from there was Catherine Hayes, who she's since passed on, but she was on the soap opera, as the world terms, or daytime drama, you know, whatever they call it. My wife watches it. I don't know what they call it. Now, Joliet Union Station, which is just up here on the right side of the train. The new Union Station is over here on the left side of the train. Old Union Station was established in 1912, primarily to serve Santa Fe, Rock Island, and Chicago and Old. Today it serves Amtrack, and it's the southern terminus for both the Rock Island district of the Metra and the Heritage Corridor of the Metra. And here in Joliet, we'll switch from the Canadian National Rail, and we will switch over to Union Pacific.
Oh, the ride will get smoother, he said. Okay. Better track down here.
Yeah, I commented the ride will get smoother. It's partly a test,
Attention,
but
ladies and gentlemen, this last station stop was Joliet. Our next station stop will be Pontiac.
That's where we saw that water
Look at
rushing under that.
You guys, it doesn't look that old. You know it?
But we are switching over from Canadian National to Union Pacific Railroad
It looks so
line.
grand though, don't they?
And from here
Yeah.
to St. Louis, that Union Pacific line has been upgraded for the past several years, and one of these days that will allow the trains to run 110 miles an hour between Joliet and St. Louis.
Wow.
The speed limit now is right about 80 miles per hour.
Oh.
So that crank it up by whatever that works out, 40% or so.
That's pretty cool.
I wonder if they'll tell us.
And it's a smooth ride from here, partly because the tracks are new, they've just been rebuilt. Also because the rails in all this reworked line are welded together. There are no expansion joints between
Looks
the rails.
like there's tracks.
So there's not the clickety-clack of the railroad car wheels passing over those joints. It's just one smooth run. Also, all the old wooden ties were removed and replaced with concrete ties. And all the
Danny
ballast
would be so
replaced.
proud.
It's been a huge multi-billion-dollar project.
Now, real shortly, we'll make our last view of the Illinois-Michigan Canal. It'll run off to the west, and that's the last we'll see of it. I did tell everybody who was here earlier, it was built between 1836 and 1848. It's 93 miles long, and it was entirely dug by hand, primarily by Irish immigrants. And those immigrants, when they were finished with the canal, they went to work for the stockyard, the Union Stockyards in Chicago. And yeah, from one lousy job to another. But to dig all day, probably 12-hour days, they were paid about $1 a day and a quarter pint of whiskey.
Safer than the railroad, though.
I guess they were happy with it because they kept doing it. And again, that was the final link in an all-water route from the Atlantic Ocean to the Gulf of Mexico. And that was instrumental to the growth of Chicago and the economy of the area, because it gave them an economical means of moving goods and traffic downriver. Now in 1984, the remains of the I&M Canal became the nation's first national heritage corridor. Yeah.
We've been talking about quarrying a lot through this area. You can still see through the trees because they're not completely leafed up. One of the largest quarries in the area over here covers about 30 acres, and the pit is about 240 feet deep. So a lot of limestone has come out of there over the years. It's not considered an active quarry now. There is still some stone processing that goes on down at the bottom of it. But there are holes in the ground similar to this, but on a smaller scale, scattered all over this part of Illinois.
And I do know, as recently as 2008, there was a beautiful 1973 Pontiac Firebird in the bottom of that pit, and it was still pretty well preserved the last time that I saw it. And but they were talking about taking it out of there. The kid drove it into the quarry in like 1968, 1969.
His parents were so proud of him, I bet.
But they would let people scuba dive in that quarry for a while.
This is so much better than
Okay, we passed under I-80, so we are now south of the unofficial Chicago suburban sprawl.
Gotcha.
We're kind of in the transition area here from the very urbanized industrial area of northeast Illinois down into the agricultural portion of central Illinois. You'll start seeing crop fields on both sides of this now. But one thing you won't see in those crop fields right now is any crops. Farmers are running about 4 to 5 weeks behind schedule on their spring planting. It's been a very wet spring. Cool many times, but particularly wet. And there is almost no corn planted yet in Illinois, which by this time of year, farmers would like to be finishing up on their spring planting. I talked to a couple of farmers as recently as yesterday. They're not too worried yet.
Yeah, I watched the whole
another week or 10 days, they're going to be a whole lot of nervous farmers not being able to get their crops in this year.
Is it supposed to rain all week? It is.
Forecast says anywhere from midnight tonight to sometime Tuesday. It's going to start raining again.
And then you hit that follow wall.
And it doesn't even have to rain a lot anymore. Everything's so wet now that just a mist prevents any drying. And there's no real progress being made.
He's there to get pictures of the grape and to catch they,
And there's not as many that go through there anymore, but we can hear them. Our windows are open at night. We hear trains all night. No, where I grew up. There's no trains in my
We're coming into a large area that used to be the Joliet Army Ammunition Plant. Tens of thousands of acres that was owned by the Department of Defense. The primary thing that went on there was the manufacturing of TNT. For several decades, it was the largest producer of TNT in the world.
I guess maybe I was
Production
just
TNT
at
stopped
the right
when
distance
Vietnam
from the horn.
Not too many years later, the Army moved out.
Are you
And
at,
within quite
but
a
are
few more
you
years,
at a
man,
crossing?
another 15
That's
before
when
they
they blow the
decided
horn. Yeah.
what they might want to do with the land. It's been converted to a number of different uses. The largest of which is the Daewin National Tallgrass
Oh, I
Prairie.
didn't know you heard of it.
19,000 acres that are going to be restored.
Well, you know what the difference
Prairies
is?
would have occurred here
No, you
150
probably
to 200
had
years
your
ago.
air conditioner.
There's
on
also
the
a
window.
national cemetery, the Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery, within what used to be the Army Ammunition Plant. Abraham Lincoln is not buried in the Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery. He's buried in his tomb down in Springfield, Illinois. This is just another cemetery that's named for him. There's a large landfill within that old site, and there is the center point facility for freight handling. You see all these trains with cargo containers sitting on them like we're passing right now. If you get on Interstate 55, west of here, you'll see trucks lined up behind each other practically. Center Point is a huge cargo handling facility. Trucks and trains come in and out with goods from all over the world, get sorted out, repacked, shipped out again for, points all over the place. I've never seen a tonnage figure that it has to be.
I don't think the
That'd be
Amtrack
enormous.
trains
Tens
go
of
through
millions
Wright
of
City,
tons
though.
a year
That's
go through that
further
facility.
south.
Well, locally they
Just
say,
industrial.
welcome to Will County, owned and operated by Centerpoint. So it's become a very large part of life in Will County. And their impact on the infrastructure, especially roadways, has been very negative and enormous.
Oh, I bet. They haven't done anything to handle all those trucks.
Matter of fact, when the Army pulled out of here and got ready to turn all this land back over for public use, they put together a restoration advisory board of local people to help with that effort. They established that in 1993. They finally started turning some of this land back over in 2001, 2002, 2003. They would bring these huge machines in and scrape off the top 18 inches to 4 feet of topsoil and dirt, process it, filter it, and dump it back until it was clean enough that they could reclaim it. And they're done with that part of it, but the regional the advisory board is still active. They don't see them discontinuing that advisory board for another 7 to 8 years. They're still trying to reclaim some of this land, and some of it was so toxic it just made it into a hazardous waste disposal site.
I used to help with bird surveys up here on the old Army Ammunition Plant property after the Army had moved out. There were certain areas that would caution us to raise our, when we walk, to raise our feet straight up, put them straight down. Don't grind your feet at all, because there could be some byproduct of TNT scattered around on the surface that would detonate if you grind your
What was that
foot.
movie, Dennis the Menace, where that guy gets on
It's
the train?
called unexploded
Now,
ordnance.
that might have been some Army guys that were still here messing with some biologists. I don't know. But we pay attention.
They probably got pictures of you walking real funny, and they posted them on the internet.
I do know that when research on the birds up here started, and the biologists said we're going to drive some stakes in the ground to mark our sample plots, the Army said, oh no, you're not. You're not driving anything in the ground because we don't know what's under there. So they had to come up with another way to mark the boundaries of their sample plots.
And you gotta remember, in 1940, they didn't really track what was being disposed of where.
That's scary.
And they had huge buried warehouses out here.
Here's the entrance to the Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery. There's not a lot to see above the ground. Most of the cemetery is not yet being used. There are some graves out there. You might be able to catch a glimpse as we get just a little further along here of the markers just as you would see all the pictures right there.
Right there.
A few of the markers, just like the ones you would see at Arlington National Cemetery or anywhere else.
Oh.
It's a standard design.
That was, oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There's room for 400,000 grave sites here at the cemetery. Most of that will be veterans from the Chicago area.
And then there's an interment site as well. They say that when it's all said and done, that we'll probably have facilities to inter about 1 million veterans there.
Here we're getting into the heart of what's being converted to the Medewan National Tallgrass Prairie. Bison have been reintroduced here. If you watch over here on the east side of the train, we might spot a bison or two. We did see one just standing beautifully in silhouette on the horizon when we were northbound this morning. They're approaching about 60 bison now. They brought in 28 originally. About 3 years ago, they've been doing what bison do and having babies out there. This is the time of year that the babies are born. The first one this spring was born just last week. It's just hit or miss whether we'll see them along this stretch. Depends on where they might be grazing.
The bison here are actually wild. They receive no food, no veterinarian care. They run the property.
How many acres out there? How many acres?
There are 19,000 altogether.
There we are. There's 2 of them.
There you go, right up on top. One standing up, one laying down. And you see there are people walking along a trail there. That's the main trail for observing the bison. There's also a bison camp. Now, if you go online to the U.S. Forest Service site, search for Medewan, M-I-D-E-W-I-N, bison camp. It should take you right to the cameras out here on the prairie, where again it's hit or miss. The bison may not be where the cameras are pointing. Right now the bison have access to about 5,000 acres. The rest is still under restoration. Plants being reintroduced and getting established. Here we're going to pass through some of the wetland portions of Medewan. You might see great egrets, tall white birds, or great blue herons. Waterfowl, ducks of different kinds might be messing around out here in the wetlands. It just depends on whether they feel like it's feeding time or not.
What's back in the distance? Is that a landfill?
That's the landfill. That's still part of the old Army ammunition plant property. Here are a couple of great egrets, the white ones standing out here.
If I see that much water, I almost expect to see gators. No, thanks. There were plenty in Charleston when I lived there.
Can you imagine? But you have to fly there. I think there's like, I want to say $300 or $400 to get on New York and ride it all the way up across the country. It takes a few days, but if you just want to, watch the countryside and you have a sleeper, but you wouldn't have to stay in it. You come out here. Yeah.
When we get to the 6th hole, there's a sign.
You'd be kind of,
that says,
although they're serving dinner, they're going to I don't know what it is. I don't know. We don't have reservations either. Well, they said you had to have reservations for it. I thought they were going to give you that opportunity.
Sitting there sunning himself just off the fairway.
On the train. Have you done that? 200 miles. 200 bucks. Oh, I thought you said 200 miles. I'm like, no. But that's not so bad. It'd be better than driving by yourself. I would hate that. Oh, yeah. And there's just more room. You can get up.
And we're now moving into the town of Wilmington. Wilmington's on the banks of the Kankakee River. Right here we're crossing what's called the Mill Race of the Kankakee River. And just a little ways here we'll cross the river itself.
We had fire ants real bad there in South Carolina.
The Mill Race was a side channel that was where the water flow was used to power the old.
It might be up a little bit.
Yeah. This is the Kankakee River.
Look at how far it is.
It's quite high. I think it might be just a little bit higher than it was when we
I was going to say,
went over it this morning.
It's even higher than it was this
Those
morning.
people are daredevils. They're sitting out on the edge.
The Kankakee is one of the least disturbed rivers in Illinois. For whatever reason, we haven't messed that one up too much. It does have some low create a pool where a town could draw water to process for drinking water, but there aren't any big dams, there aren't any locks, there's never been any commercial navigation on Kankakee, so it's still in pretty good shape. It's a popular smallmouth bass fishing location, and there are many species of freshwater mussels living in the Kankakee.
We were talking earlier, we were in the Des Plaines River Valley. The Des Plaines and the Kankakee come together west of here to form the Illinois River.
As Al was just saying, the Des Plaines and the Kankakee joined to form the Illinois. I was saying how natural and undisturbed the Kankakee is. The Des Plaines is the opposite. It's a fully industrialized river. It's been channelized. It's choked with barges all the time. It's full of petroleum refineries and chemical plants and everything else. So quite a contrast between the two streams that join to become the Illinois.
Des Plaines and the Kankakee.
Which probably in French be the
They just
something.
Yeah.
It's the Des Plaines.
They got on and say,
But it's funny in this part of
because he said
Central
when they were
Illinois.
going back,
Get a
unless
little
maybe
further
they'll get off
south.
at all.
There's a town and it's called San Joe's. Everybody else in the world pronounces it San Jose. But up here they'll tell you, no, it's San Joe's, and you ain't from around here. San Joe's. Or San Jose, depending on...
The one we drove on Friday was strictly St. Louis to Chicago. This one came from somewhere else and it's going on when it gets
But
done.
yeah, we got a lot of names that they just do not put the foreign accent
I
on there
wish
at
I
all.
had a
And then
national park
if
book.
you do,
that would
they
be
say
a
you're not
freaking
from around
awesome
here, are you?
stamp to have.
Yeah,
in it.
she does, and then you
So
have
in Wilmington, we started into an area that there used to be a lot of coal mining. They were small coal mines. Sometimes only 4, 6, maybe a dozen people.
See, look at the
Basically
concrete.
digging into a hillside and finding some coal. They were working by hand. No heavy equipment involved. But this was a big coal production area for quite a long time. All those mines have moved on, and after the easy coal was exhausted, and a lot of those old coal mine areas have been converted to other uses, such as this golf course over here, built on top of an old mine area, recreational areas, fishing lakes, that sort of thing. But in a lot of ways, not well suited for commercial or residential development.
I got my New Orleans buddy.
What happened to that soil?
Can you get to like Wyoming or
We'll
Northern
soon be passing
California?
by one of the larger recreational areas. It's a state-owned site called the Bezonia Braidwood Fish and Wildlife Area, which is used for fishing and hunting and hiking and other outdoor activities. It's also a very well-known fossil hunting site. And the most famous fossil to come out of Bezonia Braidwood
Do you think we'll have to do that when we all retire?
Al's holding up a reproduction
okay.
of what
Okay, I didn't know if I needed to plan it.
the Tully monster looks like. He is holding his right side up.
See, I can see
And
this.
it's full size. That's a full-size reproduction of what a Tully monster most likely looked like.
We're not sure about the color. You can't tell color from the fossils.
The two stalks sticking out at the side are eye stalks. The eyes coming out at the end of those. Long, flexible neck with a little mouth in the front. This part of North America was covered with salt water back when the Tully monster lived, about 350 million years ago. And they apparently swam around in groups. And they believe in groups because that's the way the fossils were found, in clusters.
It's aquatic, but whether or not they call the fish.
Swam around and ate whatever they could catch up with that was small enough to swallow. It is the official state fossil of Illinois, and it was chosen by the school children of Illinois, like 2nd through 5th graders or something like that, got to vote on the state fossil. And a big reason they went for the Tully monster is because it's found here in Illinois and nowhere else in the world.
Well, there you go.
At least so far. There have been about 1,200 Tully monster fossils found up here, and nowhere else.
One of the things about the fossils that this area is just rife with them, and about the best collection of the fossils from this area is at the Museum of Natural History, the Chicago Museum of Natural History up there on the lakefront. They have a great display of northern Illinois fossils.
Another thing on top of the old coal mines is the Braidwood nuclear power plant. There was a lot of work required to stabilize the soil there enough to support safely the construction of a nuclear power plant. Illinois has more nuclear power plants and more active nuclear reactors than any other state in the country.
What we could do with Kansas City.
All right. I didn't change the date. I was telling somebody earlier, it does say 2018 on there, because we got ready to set it up this morning. I realized, oh, it doesn't have a 2019 on it. It ran from 2000 or 2010 to 2019.
Well, do you want it up here? We can put a little piece of index card saying.
Glenn did mention that Braidwood was one of northern Illinois' most important coal mining towns. And most of this coal was shipped to Chicago, where it was used to produce power. It also went south, but one of the things that Braidwood, I won't say they're proud of, but this was, there was a Bohemian-born miner here in Braidwood working the coal mines, and his name was Anton J. Cermak. Now, if you're from Chicago, you know who Cermak is, because he eventually became the mayor of Chicago in the early 1900s. Matter of fact, 1933, he was still mayor of Chicago, because his big claim to fame is Cermak was assassinated in an assassination attempt on Franklin Delano Roosevelt during the Miami Conventions in 1933. He was shot in the chest, and it took him approximately 2 weeks to die of this injury. It was not a pleasant death. But he did claim that it was better he than FDR. Now, that was after he had the bullet in him, but they don't know if he purposely intercepted the bullet or if the guy just shot him by mistake. But he did end up dying of that injury. Now, this highway over here is Interstate, or Highway 53. That is the original site of Route 66. Route 66 ran from Lakeshore Drive in Chicago out to California, and it was the first interstate highway in the United States. It was replaced in the 1940s and 50s by the interstate system. Eisenhower's interstate system was the death knell of Route 66. But Route 66, there was a great cultural change that happened in this country via the ability to travel from one place to another quickly and efficiently. And hotel-motel industry sprang up out of this, drive-ins, all kinds of things. But it was a cultural phenomenon. And there were a lot of movies that incorporated Route 66. Popular music. I don't know how many of you remember the old Get Your Kicks on Route 66. So Route 66 was originally built in the 1920s, and then in the 1940s it was reimagined.
How many more is coming, everybody? I'm going to go get another beer, I think. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I think I will. So I'll give you room. It's where the food came from. And I know it, look, and I didn't even see it. No way. Should I get some? I think I should. You'll share it with me? Sure. Okay. Yeah, we can just share this one. I had a hot dog.
Passing through the small city of Gardner. As I told you earlier, Gardner,
so back that way is
many of the towns along the route were established in
right around the corner. See that and down.
The railroad coming through here. 1854, Gardner was established, and it was named for Henry A. Gardner, who was the chief engineer on the recently completed railroad.
Hey Terry, did you say you're grabbing a beer? Will you grab me one? We'll throw you some cash when we get to the seats. Just go right front.
Can you follow it?
She went back. GoPro?
No,
It
it's broken
is.
up all over.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I was sitting there and
places I
they said
think
somebody
you
put their
might
camera on. I'm like, you can't freaking find something in the
but it's-
observation
there's
car.
still enough
So we
interest in
just are leaving it there. He's
I think every state certainly
He's just filming the trip, I guess.
I mean, that's cool. I'd be really nervous that someone would take it.
It went through the
I think it
Panhandle
might be
of
one of the
Texas
guys that are right
and
behind
into
us.
Albuquerque,
Yeah.
and then up through
Here.
Arizona?
what's
Guys
that?
want some of the Arizona?
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm trying to remember the city in Flagstaff, Arizona, and then on out into California.
I didn't think we were ever going to start moving at
Santa
first.
Monica is where it ended.
But it still draws people from all over the world, Bill. They come over and they rent a Harley so they can ride it on full
I have a baby bell.
To get off one spot, go around,
Yeah,
get back on the other. Yeah.
Route 66
around a lot.
is now on the other side of the train here. It's on the west side of the train. That's now Route 66, the close one here.
Yeah, the close one. Okay.
Now, as we get closer to Pontiac, there will actually be two portions of highway there. One is the 1920s pavement, and one is the 1940s pavement.
So they started it and they completed it in the 40s.
The other one?
They reimagined it in the 40s.
I don't know. I think there might just be a couple of
Either
stops left.
physically reconstructed or just redesignated. They say, well, this road over here now is 66, not that one. And this shows there were 4 different routes through Springfield over the years. And they didn't build new roads. They just said, this road's in better condition, so we're going to call it.
I kind of want to see what the sleeper cars look
As a matter of fact,
Or the businesses on that road had to use them to save on the traffic.
we get a little closer to Pontiac. Pontiac is the home of the Route 66 Hall of Fame and Museum. They've got a very nice museum there, and it's all about Route 66. And part of the roadway there, just outside on the north and south sides of the town, they have renovated, and they've even gone so far as to put some of the original advertisements back along the road. You can drive along, and for those of you who remember the Burma Shave highway signs, they actually have the Burma Shave signs, and you can see them from the train. You'll have to be paying attention, because we won't slow down.
Did they have someone talking about history and stuff
As
on
you
the
can
last
see, as Glenn was telling you, there's still a lot of standing water in the fields. Starting at midnight tonight, it's supposed to start raining again. We don't
Just wild?
see more rain up
Yeah,
here.
well, we introduced him into this big grass area.
That's really cool.
You don't always see them, they just happen to be where you see them. When I first saw it, I thought, well, this is one, but it's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah.
We went by a national cemetery like Jefferson Barracks.
Oh, cool.
Well,
That's going to hold
I was just asked what's the deal with the fox belt. We've got some firs up here, and they're representative of some of the native.
So is that
life forms
55
in this part of the state?
that we're running along?
Like most places, red fox, coyote. We have a big coyote problem in this state. The other night I had 5 coyotes run through my backyard. I live in the middle of the city of Normal. It just, you don't expect this. I lived in New Mexico, and it didn't bother me to see coyotes and roadrunners and, mountain lions and stuff like that, but you sure don't expect to see that in central Illinois. Anyway, you can tell we're coming up to Pontiac because they got all the construction going. This is the city of White that we're coming into, and this facility on the right side of the train as we're proceeding down is the R.R. Donnelly printing facility. It's the Midwest division of R.R. Donnelly and Sons. It's North America's #1 printer of catalogs, magazines, books, and yellow-covered telephone directories. But most places you don't see a lot of yellow pages anymore. People looking up on the internet.
What?
They should stop it.
They really should.
But they still
It's
do
such a waste of
publish them
paper.
here, print them here.
Nobody wants it.
No one uses it.
This is the city of White, Illinois.
I don't know the last time that I've seen someone use one or used one myself.
By a survey engineer named the town for a fellow engineer by the name of Henry Dwight, who invested his fortune into the Railroad. Now, one of the things we're gonna usually on the way up we stop in Dwight. On the way down we do not. There will be a large brick building on the right side as we proceed into town, and that is the Fox Development Center. Originally, it was called the Keeley Institute. The Keeley Institute was the first facility that treated alcoholism as a disease. It was established by a fellow by the name of Dr. Leslie Keeley.
Actually, he's talking to us.
And that was in 1897.
Nope, wasn't born then.
And he had what he called the gold cure. The gold cure was a solution that they dripped intravenously into your system. They're not quite sure all what was in it. There was some gold. There may or may not have been some alcohol in it. But it was to wean the individual off of alcohol. He was the first to understand that alcohol was a disease, alcoholism was a disease, and he treated people as such. And this was not the only Keeley Institute, it was the first. But these facilities were opened all over the nation. And this particular one closed in 1966 when the state institution started treating alcoholism as a disease as well. Now, this is the Keeley Institute right here, this large brick building. As I said, closed in 1966. And the building next to it, the First National Bank, was actually designed by Frank Lloyd Wright.
Oh, that's a Frank Lloyd Wright bank.
They knew you were coming.
Now, the other thing about the Keeley Institute, as I said, is now the Fox Development Center. And they are an institution for long-term treatment of developmentally disabled individuals. But that's the long and short of Dwight. Not a very big town. I think it's 9,500 now. Every year before I start making this trip, I start trying and go in and get the latest census counts. I know a lot of people that live in some of these cities.
So you might be going back to your chair.
Yeah, that or I go on the internet.
I will be, because I did really good last night with mine though.
With what?
My gummies.
That's nice.
Usually I kind of can't be in public when that happens, but I did fine with the Game of Thrones bar.
Yeah, everyone did great.
Well, anyway, I was saying earlier, we have fox, coyotes, beaver, skunks. Oh my gosh, skunks everywhere. I was telling Glenn the other night I walked into the garage and I had a possum in there, and he played dead immediately. Well, I figured, well, I'll go over and scoop him up with the snow shovel and he'll jump up and run off. Oh no, I had to throw him out in the yard. He lay there for a few minutes until he was sure I was going, and then he jumped up and ran off. I'm like, gee, buddy, Christmas. Deer, a lot of deer in the area.
I didn't know that until my dog got one. And I thought he killed it.
do.
Somebody said that mountain lions coming back into the area in southern Illinois primarily. And I said, well, I hadn't heard that. But river otter, muskrat.
We've got a couple. We found a couple down Kentucky along the Ohio.
Along the Ohio River?
Yeah, they're paying people now to coyotes. Coyotes are so prevalent in his neighborhood. They've got people coming in and take them out. Yeah, they're coming in the farms and stuff, killing everything.
Well, that's what I was telling folks this morning. We've had coyotes running through the yard, and I live in the city of Normal, Illinois. And there were 5 of them right through the backyard. I was stationed out at White Sands.
Like ride the train all day and
just
tell stories.
New Mexico. And when we would go out for our morning runs for physical fitness, the coyotes would pace us. And there would be a small group of coyotes running behind our group of 100 people. But I'll tell you what, I never had a problem with anybody falling out of formation. Not once. But we always did have a chase car come along just in case. But yeah, they'd see the coyotes behind them and everybody kept up.
I mean, really,
want me to take all three together, man?
So you're supposed to be able to pull on the red thing. It's got like a string in it that's supposed to open it. I did it the old-fashioned way at the seal when I opened the other one.
We tried. Our fingers didn't want to do it.
Throw your head on the table.
But if you want to see it, I got a coyote guys over here too.
You want to see a coyote shot?
Yeah, there's a coyote over there. Oh, are you? I've been telling this story last year when we were making one of these runs. We had some ladies who were on the train when we got on in Springfield.
It'll be melted.
And we broke out the pelts and we were talking about them. And the woman said, well, can I see that coyote? And she put it on so that it was up on her head. And she got down on all
If there's one thing in life I can do, it's get to the cheese. You know what I'm saying?
It was like, and she hasn't even been drinking yet. Yeah, but she was just having a good time. It was 4 ladies out just having fun. And they had a great time all the way to Chicago. And I'm sure they had a good time while they were in Chicago too. But they were planning on starting to drink then. So the city could have been in trouble after that. Now, if you look off here to the east side of the train,
September.
You'll see the Streeter Cayuga Ridge Wind Power Project. There's 150 wind turbines out there.
Next year.
This particular wind farm became operational in 2010, and it provides power and economic benefits to the people of Livingston County. They,
August 31st through.
that comes in lease payments to the farmers that the land is on and tax payments to the county. Matter of fact, Livingston County, their school system is almost all paid for by the Streeter Cayuga Ridge Wind Power Project. Now, the city of Pontiac decided that they would opt out of that, and so they had to recoup that somehow. And they've been operating the Chicago
Wouldn't you hate to live on that little piece of
landfill, I guess is the proper term.
Very strange.
I'm going to say garbage dump,
Did you see
but
the
the
little
Chicago
house?
landfill. And there are
Very
now,
strange.
as we proceed further to the south, you'll see
The
them on the right
vacation
side of the train,
house by
on the
the
west
ditch.
side. You'll see
Like,
2 hills off
guys,
in the
you spend the
distance.
weekend at Ditch
That
Lake?
is all Chicago garbage. And in the mornings, coming down from Chicago, you will follow garbage truck after garbage truck after garbage truck. And I think they're going to have to start a new hill before too much longer. But as we proceed south, we'll say that the highest natural point between Chicago and St. Louis is Elkhart Hill at 212 feet. But both of these hills, while they're not natural, they're both higher than 212 feet. But this is the little town of Odell we just went through, and its big claim to fame was it had the first filling station along Route 66.
Yeah.
Or at least on this portion of
You
Route
have to buy
66.
tickets to go up way before you go, and you have to like all be together and have your credit card ready because you can only buy like 4 tickets at a time.
Now, as we proceed south, if you'll keep your eyes open on the right side of the train, if you're lucky, you will catch a barn that has the Merrimack Cavern advertisement painted on the side of it.
I don't see that.
It's one of 3 remaining barn advertisements that we're aware of along the old Route 66. There's this one, there's one down around Hamilton, and there's one between Penna and Vidalia on Route 51. But you just have to keep your eye open for it.
Barn with
The thing with the barn advertisements, it used to be quite common along Route 66, and the farmers loved it because their barns got painted once every other year or so, and then of course they didn't up a sign on the side of it, but who cares if your barn's getting painted for nothing?
I feel like I've seen lots of ads on barns before, but I guess it just wasn't. Yeah. There's the one like right outside of Moscow that used to be like the antique store that had something painted on it for a long time.
There's a bunch when you get by the Merrimack.
Yeah, I think he means in Illinois. We still have a shit ton of them in Missouri.
Got it, Rosenberg.
And again, this is still Interstate 55 running alongside the train. We'll be keeping it company all the way down to St. Louis today. Off and on.
You were correct.
That's right.
I'm sitting the wrong way today, Glenn. I'm getting pretty money.
Conversation changer.
Yeah, those are garbage mountains over there.
Garbage mountains.
I don't know what they call them. There's a term they use for them, but garbage mountains is what I think. Especially if they add another one.
I mean, it looks kind of pretty.
Yeah, that was in Virginia Beach. They had Mount Trashmore, and yeah, and you know, it became so well accepted in the community. They had picnics over there at Mount Trashmore, and they would coat it with ice and fake snow and ski down it and sled down it. Yeah, Mount Trashmore.
Well, if Haley comes, I may go back for her. Not that I don't ever see Haley, but
She's like trying to take a nap.
See, here's somebody starting to drive a little bit.
Yeah. There's your barn, folks. The Merrimack Caverns.
If Haley comes up, we're going to bring this on.
Missouri, Route 44.
There it is.
That one hasn't been repainted in quite some time. I'm surprised that Pontiac hasn't come out and done that. But as I told you, here's the furthest route over there is the old 1920s route of 66, and the closer one is Route 44, or the 1940s Route 66. And as we're pulling into Pontiac, like I said, you will see some signage along there that harkens back to the heydays of Route 66.
Yeah.
see the one next to it, the grass growing through it?
That's funny.
Now as we pull into Pontiac, we'll be pulling into the Vermilion River Valley. Pontiac straddles the Vermilion River.
This is way better than just like on the way up here.
No, I think the bus is faster, but the train is much more comfortable and luxurious.
Well, he just said a little while ago that they've been working on upgrading the track between Chicago and St. Louis, and once it's all done, it'll be able to go 120 miles an hour.
Oh, that would be nice.
And right now, the speed limit is 80. Just keep jumping.
Oh, it's okay.
You know, ladies, I'm starting to think this is a, I was going to say, if you guys get all nine of you to the table, I'm taking a picture and sending it into Ripley's. You'll be sitting on each other's laps.
Sitting on top of the table.
Yeah, it's really neat.
There's all kinds of stuff. You see this? Yeah.
Do you see like how there's two roads right there? Yeah. The one that's oldest, it's got like, it's grown over now.
That was, I know for you guys it wasn't.
Yeah, the one next to it is the one that it was a good game.
And I mean, they ran it down to the last pin.
Look at me that.
Oh, how hoping they do just sit. I'm a diehard youngster. My grandmother lived 5 blocks from
Trash Mountain. That's Chicago's trash.
And also Mr. Buffalo.
That's right. I had this guy tell me yesterday, well, he says, I used to be a Cubs fan, but now I'm a Cardinals fan. I said, oh my God. Okay, now that we have crossed this line here, there's your vermicelli commercial. And we are pulling into Pontiac. As I said, Pontiac is nestled in the Vermilion River Valley.
This is when we went over
The
that
latest census had
bridge that was
12,000
almost
people.
underwater. Let's see what it looks like today.
It was founded in 1837 by a fellow by the name of James Bell, and it's the only town along our route today that's named for an individual Native American. It's named after a legendary Ottawa chief by the name of Pontiac. Now, Pontiac was unhappy after the defeat of the French by the British, and with their treatment by the
I'm
British.
gonna go get my phone in a minute.
Chief Pontiac was one of the principal leaders in a revolt against the British in 1763, and after approximately 3 years of fighting, he surrendered and was arrested, and was held in captivity. After he was released, he was assassinated by another Native American about 3 years later. They believe that the fellow that assassinated him was his nephew, but he was killed in the town of Cahokia.
Where's the trash? Is this all trash too?
Now, also, as I already said, we have the Route 66 Hall of Fame and Museum here in Pontiac. We also have the Wall Dog Museum. The wall dogs are those people who paint murals on the sides of buildings. And the entire downtown area is covered in those murals. And then they have a storefront where they explain their movement and the meaning of some of these murals that are painted on the sides of the building. And it's really very nice. This is the Vermilion River that we're straddling here.
Oh, that's when it was up. I noticed when I was on the bus on Monday. It looked crazy high.
He's like up to the
Oh, good. That means it's coming down a little bit. Because, like I said, it's supposed to rain again tonight. Oh my God.
No, it was a lot higher.
This is where this was at.
Well, just down the street here is the Catherine B. Yost Museum. Catherine B. Yost is a Queen Anne Victorian style home from the 1850s. And you can go through there and get an idea of what life in this area was like. Yeah, if you were rich. Well,
It's moving pretty fast.
we talk about Chief Pontiac, but this entire area had many tribes of Native Americans living in it. The Potawatomi were the last Native American tribes to live upon in this part of the state. The Kickapoo, or Walking Indian, they were prevalent in the Bloomington and Springfield areas. And in 1832, there was an uprising to the northwest of here called the Black Hawk War. And the Black Hawk War, it was actually a property dispute. The Indians in that area, the Native Americans in the area, they were old populations, and during the summer they would go out into the prairies, and then they would come back to their winter hunting grounds to winter over, and when they returned, they found some English settlers squatting on their land. So they told them they had to leave. Well, the English settlers didn't leave, and there was a revolt, and it resulted in military action. One of the reasons we bring this up is Abraham Lincoln was the captain of one of the militia units that came up to help out with the Black Hawk War. And he will be the first to say that his unit saw absolutely no action during the Black Hawk War. But he was very proud of the fact that he was elected as captain of his unit. And when you stop to think about it, it's not a surprise that he was elected captain. He could read, he could write, and he could do his ciphers. So he could get his people paid and make sure they were paid correctly. So he was elected captain of his unit. They did not see any notable action during the Black Hawk War. But when the Black Hawk War ended in 1833, there was a treaty signed with the Native Americans, where the Native Americans gave up all reserved lands for Native Americans in the entire state. Illinois is one of the very few states today that has absolutely no land reserved for the Native Americans. I believe Missouri's the other one, but I'm not sure.
I was going to say, I think so too.
That's sad. Yeah, that's really
But
sad.
the last of the tribes, the Potawatomi, departed the state in 1837. And they said, well, where do you want us to go? Just cross the Mississippi, we don't care. Because in the 1830s, this was the western frontier. What happened on the other side of the river, nobody knew nor cared.
Is the museum, the Route 66 museum, is that pretty nice?
I think so. I enjoyed it. I also enjoyed the wall dog exhibits. Now, I have been through the Catherine Ghost Museum. It's a house.
I think you could define the Route 66 museum as quirky.
Okay.
That's a good term, yeah.
It's not high-tech at all. It's just a collection of a whole lot of stuff related to 66. But I think there's something that would be of interest to just about anyone who had any interest in the history of the Midwest.
Huh.
Well,
It's not into that at all.
and also just
Yeah, I had some of that
cultural remembrance.
Thank you.
I'm so
I
excited.
don't know, may not be as old as I am,
It was
but I remember
pretty good. I'm sure it will be.
in the 60s. And we got on the road. My dad, well, my grandmother lived in Chicago, so it was no big deal. But we went up to Chicago and we got on Route 66 at the very beginning of the road and drove it all the way to the other end. And it's still one of the most memorable things in my youth. Now, we didn't stay at any of the hotels or motels. We camped. We had tents or trailers or whatever. But it's still a very memorable portion of my life.
Huh. Now, you've been around Grace quite a bit, haven't you? Seriously? Is this the first time?
Well, usually at this time of year, you would see green shoots coming out of all these fields. The corn has not even been planted yet. But all of this ground that you're looking at out there is usually covered in either corn or soybeans. They're the two top cash crops for Illinois. Illinois is one of the top producers for corn. It's either usually us or Iowa that are number one, and who's ever number one in corn is usually number two in soybeans. In 2010, Illinois had almost 2 billion bushels of corn. The total corn yield for the United States that year was just over 12 billion. So 1/6 of the total corn product comes out of Illinois. Another 1/6 comes out of Iowa. So about 1/3 of the nation's corn crop comes out of Illinois and Iowa.
Didn't you see on 44 too? I didn't realize that.
Now, most of you, I'm sure, are familiar with corn and soybeans. Can you imagine a bushel of corn? Big old bushel basket.
That's how you get out of that.
So that's a pittance. That's a handful. That's what that is. Yeah. Hey, give us a handful of that field corn. We'll put it in this jar. What's a bushel? Do you remember?
Bushels, not bushel. Bushels.
Yeah.
I would call them bushels.
But a bushel basket was about this big around, about that big. Oh, he's scratching your coyote over there. Now, in 2010, Illinois had 7.2 million acres in soybeans as well. Well, how many? Okay, how much soybeans does that create? Well, if you filled grain cars on a train with grain of the product of Illinois, that train would stretch from Peoria, Illinois, which is over here about 30 miles to the southwest of us, maybe 40 right now, all the way to Boston, Massachusetts. That's how many soybeans we create in the state. Now, we also are the #1 producer of pie pumpkins over by Morton, Illinois, which is over by Peoria. There's an area that they grow pumpkins, and Libby's has a canning facility there. but down in the southern portion of the state, they grow horseradish.
It's really good.
Okay, this young lady just told me a bushel of corn is 56 pounds of corn. Seed corn. Now, this corn is not used directly for human consumption. No, it's not. This is not consumption. This is used for cattle feed. It's used for fuel, and it's used for seed corn. Now, soybeans, however, they're used for everything. I mean, the crayons we give to the kids on the train, they're made with soybeans. You name it, it probably got soybeans in it. I've got a list here of some of the things. It's the world's most edible oil, soybean oil. It's used in mayonnaise, salad dressing, imitation dairy and meat products. Yes, tofu. I don't like tofu. You can also eat soybeans whole. You can either boil them or roast them. I'm not a big fan of soybean or soybean-based foods. My mother used to make soy burgers. There's a reason I joined the Navy as young as I did. One of them was soy burgers. No, I'll tell you what, it depended on where you were, but most of the places I was in the Navy, they fed you real well. And Boat Boy over here, I'm sure he'll say the same thing. Those guys on the submarine make real well. But yeah, I was on one ship and they were kind of an average feeder, and shortly thereafter they made a few changes, and oh man, it was good after that. This is the city of Shanoa. Shanoa was built at the crossroads of an east-west, north-south rail lines. Shanoa was established in 1855 by a fellow by the name of Matthew Scott. He came up from Kentucky because he heard there was going to be an intersection, a rail intersection here, and he was going to take advantage of that economically. For those of you who aren't aware of it, train travel required two things. They required a lot of water and a lot of wood. They would have to burn wood for their steam and of course heat water. So they usually would go 12 to 15 miles, but they like to stop every 7 or 8 miles to refuel. So Shanoa was just one of those magical points, and since there were 2 trains going through there, Matthew Scott cleaned up pretty well. Not everybody knows Matthew Scott, but his wife is pretty famous, Julia Green Scott. She was the founder of the Daughters of the American Revolution.
He's like, I'll be there in just a bit. I'm like, no.
Are you guys in the sleep?
I would say we'd be at my house about 8:15.
She would have walked through here.
From Jonesburg to my house is Truxton exit, which is the Flying J exit to my house, is 22 minutes.
Wow. We're the next exit.
Yeah, I was told you guys about the horseradish earlier. It's down near Alton, Illinois, down here, St. Louis. What did you say? Hey, those are the best kind of restaurants. We got a little place there in Bloomington, Normal, called Blue Goat. And it's a very nice restaurant. I'm very partial to it because it's one of the only places in central Illinois where you can get actually stew. If you like spicy stew, now he came from New Mexico the same way I did. Spent time in New Mexico and then moved back home. And so every year he orders 100 pounds of hatchery chili and brings them up, roasts them, seeds them, freezes them, and then every Monday he takes a batch out and fills up a couple of gallons of stew, and when it's gone, it's gone. I mean, if it lasts till 2 o'clock, it lasts till 2. If it lasts till 5, so I usually get out there at 11 o'clock. You know, but, yeah, every Monday. You know, he knows that I'm going to walk through, hey, Al, how you doing? What you're usually doing. But the little things that we get used to, you know, because I will say this, and I will say it proudly, the people of Central Illinois, and I'm going to assume Northern Missouri, are the blandest taste buds in all the nation. You know, we don't do great seafood, we don't do great pasta, or if we do pasta, it's so bland, or we overcook it.
We overcook it, yeah.
Even though I love pork products, ribs, but here in Central Illinois, they want their ribs so overcooked that they fall off the bone. I'm like, I don't want to know ribs.
No, you gotta gnaw on that bone.
We're coming into Lexington, Illinois. Off here to the right is the Illinois State University Farm. And that's their ag program out there. They've got a bunch of fields directed to corn hybridization, soybean production. They also do beef and pork production. There is a small poultry program there as well. But we're going to be pulling into Bloomington Normal in about 20 minutes, and Bloomington Normal is the home of Illinois State University. We're pulling into Lexington now. If you'll keep your eye on this side, as we go past the city park, you'll see a small cabin. Here we go. Okay, this little brown cabin there. Everybody see that? About 20 by 20, right?
Yeah.
That is a reproduction of the cabin that James Fell and his wife and the local tribe of Kickapoo Indians built when they first arrived in this area. And they arrived here in 1828, and it's named after one of the battles of the Revolutionary War. And it's one of the oldest towns in Central Illinois, 1828. Now that log cabin was built by John Paxton, or I said Bill, John Paxton and his wife. John and his wife and 12 children lived in that house. As Glenn said this morning, they must have been packed like cordwood. But as you can tell, relations between the Native Americans and the early English settlers were pretty amenable because the local Kickapoo tribe helped them build that.
Yeah. On both sides. You've got your bunk bed. They probably had a sweet place. It's like you can't turn over. You have to slide. Or you have to, like everybody has to do it all at the same time.
Down those stairs right there. See those stairs? It's amazing how many people ask us questions like what part of the crew.
Well, it's very good that you know.
You're riding the train enough. I've been, no. You know, we're supposed to be back in Springfield by 5:30. I think one time in the 7 years I've been doing this program, we arrived before 5:20. And I was home. Usually it's about 5.
And then you have to drive back up to normal.
Yes, I do.
And that's a couple, is that a couple hours?
No, it's about 60 miles.
Oh, okay.
I can make it from the train station to the front door of my house in an hour and 12 minutes.
How often do you do this?
We try and do it a couple of times a month. Sometimes if somebody is missing, we'll try and fill in. But usually at least twice a month. We're required to do at least once a month. Most of us do at least 2, sometimes 3. No, we do the 302 train in the morning on the way from Springfield up to Chicago. It used to be we would run Saturday and Sunday from the 5th of May up and through the Memorial Day holiday. Then after Memorial Day, we would run Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. But due to some budget restrictions with the National Park Service, this year they're cutting it back to Saturday and Sunday from May to Labor Day. And Labor Day was done. It used to be we would go back twice a week, Saturday and Sunday, from Labor Day to the time change in November. The time change in November, we usually quit because by 4 o'clock you can see anything else that goes in. You know, I could say, hey, if you look to the left, you see my reflection in the window. You know?
We came up on Friday.
Well, I was going to say the 22 train is the Texas Eagle going back, and it usually gets up there about this is the Texas Eagle. The other trains that run back and forth between Springfield, well, St. Louis, and Chicago are called Lincoln Service.
Yeah, that's what we do.
But the 21 or 22 trains are the Texas.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Is that sushi?
No, it's just cheese, but I'm trying to keep it out of the sun. I don't know if it's so bad.
I thought it was sushi. I'm going to go, oh boy, that's going to be good. Yeah. I went to Sam's Club the other day, and I walked in, the guy said, would you like to try some sushi? He said, don't you like sushi? I love sushi, but I don't want frozen sushi out of a box in Illinois. No, we're not doing that. They weren't actually hunting. This is the town of Towanda, Illinois, and this is the town that was founded by James Bell. James also founded Pontiac, if you'll remember. But Towanda is a Native American word for a place where we bury our dead. Well, we were kind of confused. When I first started doing this program, I said, there are no Indian burial grounds in or around this portion of Illinois. Over to the west of us are they call them Indian Mountains. Yeah, the Indian Mountains. But why do we call this town Towanda? Well, come to find out, Mr. Fell came from Pennsylvania, just outside of the town of Towanda, Pennsylvania. And Towanda, Pennsylvania had a very prevalent burial mounds close to Towanda. So we figured it out finally. We're now about 7 miles from Bloomington Normal. Bloomington Normal are the twin cities of Illinois. Okay, kind of like Minneapolis, St. Paul. Every state seems to have 8 twin cities. Ours is Bloomington Normal. Bloomington is the county seat of McLean County. It was close to James Allen donated the land. It was close to Blooming Grove. That's why it became Bloomington. And the city of Normal was originally called North Bloomington, and it was about 7 miles north of Bloomington. Oh boy, that's tough. But North Bloomington was also the home of Illinois State Normal College. Well, Normal College was an institution that taught teachers. They educated teachers. It is the oldest public university in Illinois. Not the largest. University of Illinois does get to claim the largest. and University of Illinois was the land-grant university. But Illinois State was the first. Alright, Bloomington is the home of the original Steak and Shake, for those of you who like Steak and Shake. It's also the home of State Farm, insurance company. State Farm is the largest employer in Bloomington, followed closely by Illinois State and Illinois Wesleyan University. Illinois Wesleyan was a joint product between the Methodist Church and the founding fathers of Bloomington. When we stop in Bloomington, Normal, we are halfway to St. Louis from Chicago.
Make it obvious that I look at that.
All right, we'll see you later. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your trip. Well, why are you getting off? Is that home? Oh, that's right, yeah. I gotta go over to Peoria on Wednesday. Not really looking forward to it. Just go over to the VA. Oops, is my leg in the way? Something tickled her funny bone. I'm almost afraid to ask.
I think it's all kinds of kids.
Oh my goodness. There used to be a sleeping car attendant by the name of Tony Westfall. And Tony had to retire for medical reasons. But Tony was the most hilarious individual. And he would mess with me. So I would mess with him. Well, I knew his schedule. So whenever Tony was making a run on the Texas Eagle, I would sneak down to the train station and stop there. He would always jump off his seat and put a cigarette. He wasn't supposed to do that, but he always did. And I was standing up on the second deck of the parking garage, and I hollered him, "What are you doing with that cigarette?" Oh, I got to cuss him. Okay, as I said, this is the Twin Cities. For the most part, Normal will be on the north side of the train. Bloomington will be on the south side of the train. But you can drive from one side of the city to the other and cross city lines 7 times and not realize it. Unless you're a postal worker, you probably don't know what part of Bloomington or Normal you are in. Again, this land was donated by James Allen, and in 1856, the Illinois State Republican Party was established here in Bloomington, and they were established to protest the Kansas-Nebraska Act. And for those of you who aren't big history buffs, the Kansas-Nebraska Act was the law that made it legal for the westward expansion of slavery. And the Republican Party was dead set against it. And Lincoln made his infamous law speech here. He got up and spoke to the assembly, but there is absolutely no record of what he said. Absolutely. And for somebody who was coming up in
They're
politics...
having a hell of a party for Margaritaville over there.
I was going to say, we need to stop.
That'd be a good place to go, too.
Just having to catch all them people. There's the whole nother round.
Welcome to Bloomington.
Yeah, welcome to Normal.
Now this is actually the Normal train station.
Okay.
Okay.
In Bloomington.
This is Bloomington Normal.
Okay.
But you are actually sitting in Normal right now. This is uptown Normal, not downtown. If you say downtown, you show that you know, you're not you're not yeah. Well, even those of us who are from here and say that, we are corrected very quickly. This is Uptown Normal. They are reimagining the city of Normal. Normal used to be Bloomington's little sister. Now they're pretty much neck and neck. Yeah, now they're twins. Yeah. Bloomington is the home of and final resting place of Adlai Stevenson. Adlai Stevenson was an Illinois governor, a two-time Democratic presidential nominee, and finally he was the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. It's also the home of David Davis. Many of you probably don't know who Mr. Davis was. Davis was a judge who used to ride the 8th Judicial Circuit with Abraham Lincoln. He and Lincoln were very good friends, but they had two totally different lifestyles. Davis was rather wealthy, and he had a very affluent lifestyle. He was a very corpulent individual. He liked his food, he liked his drink. Lincoln, on the other hand, we've all seen the pictures, he was a beanpole. And he had a rather sedate and laid-back lifestyle. If you ever get the chance to go to the, have you ever been to the Lincoln Home National Historic Site in Springfield? If you ever get the chance to go, I would recommend it. It's a rather modest two-story home in the center of Springfield, Illinois. They have converted the area, or they have kept the area looking very much like it did in the 1840s and 50s. It is the only home ever owned by Lincoln. But the point I'm trying to make is the difference between Lincoln and Davis could not have been more different. But they were very good friends, and they traveled extensively together. William Todd Lincoln says that his earliest memories of his father were of his father preparing to leave home to ride the 8th Judicial Circuit. And he might be gone for anywhere from 3 months to 8 months. That's how, at that time, that's how the law worked. The law traveled from city to city, and they would hold trials. Lincoln was usually the defense attorney, but if Davis was unavailable, he would be the judge. If he had to be the prosecuting attorney, he could do that too. But in the 1840s and 50s, when these people were riding this circuit, they would stop at farmhouses and stay overnight at a farmhouse, or stop at a pub, you know, an inn. Most of those inns, though, had a common bedroom, and everybody slept in the same room. Some of them, you all slept in the same bed. There would be 12, 14 people sleeping in the same bed. Needless to say, women didn't travel that way very often, but the men did. Can you imagine now if the attorney and the judge were caught in the same bed together? Oh my Lord. But anyway, once Lincoln was elected president, when he went to Washington, one of the things he did in 1862 was appoint Davis as the Assistant Justice of the Supreme Court. Now, usually that's a position that's held for life, but Davis did resign to become the state senator from the state of Illinois. I also told you that Bloomington itself, not Normal. Normal's the home of Illinois State. Bloomington's the home of Illinois Wesleyan. In 1850, that was established by Methodist and civic leaders. One of their claims to fame is a fellow by the name of John Wesley Powell. Powell was a Civil War veteran who lost an arm in the war, and he came back and he was teaching science at the Wesley University. He's the co-founder of the National Geographic Society and one of the first people to use field trips to help teach science. One of his most famous expeditions was he took a bunch of college kids out to the Grand Canyon and rafted through the Grand Canyon with a bunch of college kids. Now, you know, we do whitewater rafting today, but they're in rubber boats and everybody's got all kinds of safety equipment. Can you imagine taking a bunch of college students through the Grand Canyon on a wooden raft? No, I can't either. Anyway, I told you that this community used to be North Bloomington. In 1857, they took the name Normal. They took the name of the college Normal for themselves because Normal College was becoming the Illinois State Teachers College, and then it became Illinois State University. And so, but the city kept the name Normal. It's one of the few normals I know of in the United States. Now, I like to tell people that makes me the Normal Abbott since I live in Normal. My mom and dad lived in Joliet, and I used to tell Dad, you're close to Normal. My uncle lived in Bloomington. He was almost normal. My dad's next youngest brother lived in Florida. He was far from normal. He was also Air Force, so I gave him a bunch of stuff. I told you that this is the home of State Farm Insurance. It's also the home of Country Companies, another insurance firm. Beer Nuts. Everybody know Beer Nuts? This is the home of Beer Nuts. It's the only production facility for beer nuts in the world, actually. Also the home of Rivian, the Rivian Motor Car Company. It used to be Mitsubishi Motors. Mitsubishi closed their plant here, and Rivian, an all-electric car company, bought up their plant and they start production in the spring. Ford just bought a large portion of it. Amazon bought a large portion of it. So it looks like they might actually make a go of it. But Rivian does still hold controlling interest in their product. I told you that the largest employer in the city is State Farm. They have over 14,000 employees here in the Bloomington area.
Ready for the next time.
As I told you, Bloomington is halfway between Chicago and Springfield. Therefore, up until the 1970s, there was a very large train presence here.
And more mirrors.
This was the location
Look at myself.
of a very large rail yard from Chicago and Alton Railroad. And at that rail yard is where the original Pullman car prototypes were manufactured.
Look at me. I'm not one to really look in the mirror, but I could have that one in the living room and the
one full-size body mirror. Then for a rental house, when you
all of this is Illinois State. All of those buildings are part of the university.
Oh, okay.
Now, I told you I got to drive back up here. Here's the funny part. I live about a mile and a half right over there. But I usually just text my wife and say, just made it to Normal, see you in about 2.5 hours.
So how many stars? Her original question, and I had to be so rude. I gave him 5.
Now this is where all of the old roundhouses and everything for the train yard used to be. And as I said, this is where the prototypes for the Pullman cars were developed. Now the last of those facilities burned down. They had 2 fires in the yards, and they burned once in the 70s and then again in the 80s. So they, the railroad sold that land back to the city.
Yeah, the railroad doesn't like usually to sell their land.
Yeah.
Look at all those concrete ties until they said that today. I had no idea.
I think Dan needs to
get on those.
Oh, that's my brother-in-law.
They didn't replace them in Missouri.
But man, that's good because once you have a wind
Yeah, you got to be real careful with that situation.
Well, you didn't want to start out with that. No.
I'll show you the last one.
Yeah, you had to because you can't run it that long. Unless somebody.
So how many of you girls are carpenters? All of you?
All of them?
Yeah.
All 9 of you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, growing up in Central Illinois, you're either a Cubs or Cardinals, and it's usually 50-50. And it's funny, even amongst family members. For me, it was easy. My grandmother lived 5 blocks from me, and we were north side. And for the most part, that's the way it broke down. If you live north of Carla, you were a Cubs fan. If you lived south of Carla, you were a Sox fan. Never this way as you'll be. I mean, for the most part. Now there are, especially again, with people that move in from other places, they'll follow both teams. But if you're a native Chicagoan, for the most part, you are either a Cub or a Sox fan. Matter of fact, in what was it, 2005, when the Sox won the World Series, I was living in South Carolina at the time, and my buddy was from the Tampa area, and he came in and said, "Congratulations." I said, "For what?" He said, "Chicago won the World Series." And I was like, "That was the Sox." And he says, "It's still Chicago. You had never lived in Chicago." He said, "No." I said, "We don't care about that team on the south side." And he said, "I can't believe that." He said, "Any Tampa Bay team does well, I'm thrilled for it." And I said, "Doesn't work that way." I said, "There's a few."
It seems like the people, the outlying area,
Yeah, they stay in Nashville.
yeah, and I just
It was, and I'll tell you, a large reason it's like that is until recently,
We can sneak it up in there.
any place outside
I
the
moved
city
it over
got
here a while ago
WGN.
because there was no sun.
And WGN carried the Cubs until, what, 9 years ago? And 9 years ago, they started carrying the White Sox. So now it's not quite as cut and dry, but I know a lot of people, the reason they become Cubs fans is because they got WGN. And all WGN.
Why the Cardinals used to have fans over such a broad area. There were no teams in the South, and KMOX could be heard in 46 states.
Well, yeah, there's no professional teams in Arkansas.
Well, there used to be none in Texas, none in Florida.
The entire Southeast was.
Nothing in Atlanta.
None in Kentucky.
Well, Atlanta had teams after the Braves came in. When the Braves came in the 50s.
But it was all Cardinals territory because that's who you could hear on. And then KMOX gave them up several years ago. I couldn't believe that.
I couldn't believe it either. Could not believe it either.
WGN gave it on the on the Cubs and started carrying the Sox.
KMOX was the Cardinals and the farm shows in the morning when I used to stay with my grandparents. They probably, for a while, they weren't doing either one of them.
Are we in Punch Grove? I believe we might be. No, we're not.
I thought we were going to the restroom. I think I want to go to the restroom and then go back to our seat. I got to figure out where the damn is at. Right
I
there.
really wait till we get back closer to our room though, 'cause this is a busy little area over here.
What?
This is a busy little area over here.
We can go all the way back to our car. Maybe we'll go far before we get there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll go with you guys. I am a follower. Not too much of a leader. I'd like to be, but I just ain't got it.
Well, I'm glad you let you stop down. Made this pretty enjoyable. I'm going to start calling this lady Mama Navy over here.
You know, what's
idea was while that guy was giving his lecture, I was recording the what he was talking about outside.
So what do you have in there? SD card?
Yeah, micro SD.
So how long can that record for?
9 hours. And when it's full, I just transfer it to my computer, do any editing I need to do, and put it up on my YouTube page.
I see that, like, since I drive truck and I'm over the road, I get stopped. I think that was Louisiana. So I go in the bathroom and I look down on the floor and I pick up this girl because I'm like, it's freaking 11 o'clock at night. She's got driver's license to this girl. She's like 17 years old. I'm like, look around. No one's even there. I'm like, oh my God. I went off to the future place and stopped the truck stop like 5 miles down the road. I said, I was just at the rest day. I found this car. Can you mail it off to her? Well, yeah, a lot of questions.
Right.
We can't just mail it off to her. Like, and then the other guy was like,
You're supposed to be able to drop it into any mailbox and it gets back to that.
Then he's like, well, how old is she? I'm like, I don't know. She's 17, so that's right there, right? Take a look at it, right? And he's looking at it. He says, well, where's she heading? I'm like, how the hell would I know? She drops it in the rest area in the bathroom. I don't know where she's heading. Maybe she's going to back to Louisiana or she's going to New Orleans, somewhere else. I don't know. And he says, the other guy goes, maybe she's missing.
Well, look into it.
That's what I would think, dumbass. There's a girl with her driver's license. Well, I don't know. Maybe she's one of those kidnapped girls. I don't know. She had on her pocket. She was to be like, hey man, can you come find me?
Or while she was getting kidnapped.
And they're like, oh, we can't do anything about this. I'm like, don't you want to document this? Take a picture of it or missing or beaten or raped or missing kids report? Well, she's almost an adult. And I'm like, so you don't care about her? Are you sure there's not a white family out there that's missing this girl? No, we don't. That's all they said. I'm like, what the heck? I don't know. I think some white parents might be a little upset if their little girl just got kidnapped an hour ago.
Yep, but people don't care. Why should they? It doesn't affect them. At least not right now.
Yeah, she's got blue hair. Or no, she's got blue eyes. She's got blue hair. She's like 5 foot 8, 5 foot 9, 130 pounds. I think something happened myself, but I'm not a cop, but what do I know?
Well,
Still, I'd be a little worried.
The average age, the prime age for girls that get kidnapped is between 11 and 13.
Really? Well, what about 17-year-olds?
I've seen one person, and remember that neighborhood I mentioned that we call Peterville? So we call it that because while we were surveying and staking out the whole neighborhood, one of the guys on our team is in real estate, and he has the ability to plug an address in and find out who owns it and their background. So he went house to house to house to house to house doing that. In that neighborhood, it's like 30% pedophiles. Now, it's normal to have a certain percentage, but 30%?
That's illegal.
There's a lot.
That's illegal, I thought. I thought you weren't allowed to have one pedophile and another pedophile within like 5 or 7 mile radius.
I have no idea. Well, this one guy that we actually talked to, we weren't asking to get him in trouble or anything. We're just wanting to know is there anything we need to know to safeguard ourselves? And he got upset that we were even wanting to talk to him. And he says, look, yes, I was tried and convicted. All I did was traffic in girls, in young girls. And he says, and one of them got through that was only 17. But he's saying this like it's no big deal. So what? I trafficked young girls. I made a mistake. One was a minor, and I got nailed. So what? And I'm like, oh my God, can you hear yourself talk? All I did was trafficking young girls. Like as if it's not really anything that big. It's huge. You're trafficking humans. And one of them ended up being a minor. They didn't, you know, to him it was no big deal. And that's how they all look at it. Now, it's not a big deal. It's just money. It's a financial transaction.
I met this guy online, and he told me he was a truck driver. And I don't know, he's a weird guy. I was trying to figure out why he's so weird. Like just what he was talking about. He had a wife, she was in the Philippines, he had a house over there, yet he's American, but he's a truck driver. I'm like, well, that doesn't add up right there. Why do you have a Filipino wife and a house over there? And you're a truck driver?
A lot of business people do that. They'll have a house in whatever country they have homes in, and they'll have a family if you told it.
He was the same thing. He said he didn't come right across and say I was a human trafficker or whatever. But then eventually he told me after a couple of weeks, he says, I got convicted and I went to jail. And I'm like, of what?
Right.
So he didn't tell me. We talked and talked. He didn't tell me for a while. And he goes, but I own my own house up in South Dakota.
Right.
And I'm like, this guy's a truck driver and he's rich. I'm like, it don't make sense to me. And then he goes,
he's trucking something other than the normal stuff.
Yeah, I'm like, what's he in there? Like drugs? I know it's drugs. And then he goes, no, I got convicted for human trafficking of Mexicans off of the border of Texas.
Right.
I'm like, oh my God. He goes, I went to jail for 7 years. He says, I did my time. He says, I'm clean. Just like that was nothing. I'm like, you only did 7 years in jail. You trafficked in people, and that's all right. Like you're just saying, like that's all right. That's not all right. And he's like, well, you still want to go out with me? I'm like, hell no.
Oh my God.
I'm like, you crazy?
No, that shows a lack of judgment.
Yeah. That's crazy.
You still want to go?
Right?
Look at my face. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm like human trafficking again. I'm like, I live in Yuma, Arizona. Like, you couldn't even come here where I live because you're going to be tempted by this stuff.
Right.
No way.
Yeah, the crackhead has to stay away from crack the rest of their life.
Yeah.
Being close to it is too much.
Yeah. That's crazy. I heard about that one truck driver who did get caught. I guess they caught him like 30 people in his tractor or something. And I guess the Border Patrol opened it up and they were like out of water, out of food, tired, half dead.
Right. Right. I mentioned that group of 94 that we got. They had spent the past 4 days inside of a truck.
Really? No ventilation?
Nothing. See, the day before we caught them, we had been watching. It's a truck stop. It's a restaurant, and it is immediately across the border. Yeah, because there's the Mexico Highway 2.
I don't know what's happening.
There's about 150 feet of desert. Then there's the actual border beam. Then our Border Patrol road. Okay. Well, between the Highway 2 and the border, there's this truck stop. Restaurant, truck stop, whatever you want to call it. So the trucks, that particular truck they were in, was backed up right here to about maybe 30 feet away from the border. And it was just the trailer. And we were watching the truck stop because we highly suspected that they were trafficking people. And we knew they were trafficking people through the truck stop. as far as going into the building, holding them there, waiting, and when it was safe to send them through. But while we were there watching it, we could hear people knocking from the inside of this truck. They could hear our voices, and they were thinking, oh, they're going to let us out now. So we kept hearing knocks on the metal walls and stuff. And we had spent, we were like freaking exhausted. We had told the Border Patrol, we hear people in the truck, we know somebody's there. Watch it, we're going to go back to our camp, get a few hours of sleep and come back. So we went back to camp, got like, maybe 6 hours of sleep.
So you can't just go and throw open the doors and be like, hey, what do you guys
It's in the Mexico side.
Oh, so you got no jurisdiction?
No, well, we can't do anything. We can't do anything until they come across to this side. So we go, it's a tough situation. So we go back out, and we had taken it was 4 of us in my car, and we had 3 volunteers from the Army in the other car. So we had split up, and we had been searching for a couple of hours and not found anything fresh. And by fresh, I mean less than 24 hours old. So we decided that we were going to go locate our other team and see if they had found anything. Well, on our way to find them, we intercepted the night before. We were looking for our team, and we saw 2 people standing on the side of the road. And we thought, oh, there they are, our team. And we get closer, and we all realize at the same time, that's not our team. So we stop, jump out, and as we jump out and tell them to stop, we'd only seen 2, but when we tell them to stop, 100 more come out of the bushes. So we started getting water and all. I jumped back in my car and went and found the other guys and told them we just got a group of 100 and let them back. And by that time, I had already called Border Patrol and all that, and Border Patrol was there. But that's when they started, okay, we can process, I think it's 24 at a time. And we've got 100 here. So they pulled all the resources from all around and started working on that group. And then we were like, well, we want to go continue right now, but we just gave this group all of our water. We've got to go resupply before we can come back out. And I think it was like 4 days later, they got a group of 400. And maybe 2 weeks ago, there was a group of 600 and then a group of 300.
Where is this at?
That's in Lukeville.
Really? Yeah. Who's dropping all these people off there?
Either the buses on Mexico Highway 2 or the truck drivers on Mexico Highway 2.
Oh.
Those are the 2 ways. Yeah, there's this giant bridge. I'll show you. And there's this giant bridge a little bit further west from that truck stop. And let's see, the truckers and the buses will stop. All the people will get out and they'll hide under that bridge until the coyote tells them it's okay to go, and then they'll flood across.
Well, we have about 30 miles east of Dallas. And what is the population of 60,000?
I've got a whole bunch of saved spots. Those are places that we've either found evidence or found people or found trails. But if you go down to Lukeville, on the Mexico side of it, there's this town. On the U.S. side of it, all there is It's a port of entry. This is a giant restaurant that's out of business. This is the gas station. That's the port of entry building. That's the whole town of Lukeville. So if you head directly west, this first mountain, right here, this is Monument Mountain, and go further west, this is Mexico Highway 2, right here. And the next mountain you'll see going this way is called Quito Boquito. And there's a bridge right before that. Let me find the bridge real quick.
Is that a road up along here, man?
Yes.
Well, that's probably a well-used road right there.
Yes.
Border Patrol road?
Yes.
There were glaciers that came down over this section of Illinois. They were anywhere from 700 to 2,000 feet.
This is that truck stop I was talking about.
St. Louis Arches.
Right beside of it, see this wash coming down?
That was the shallowest.
And you got a bridge right there. So the truck drivers in Mexico will drop people off on the Mexico Highway 2. They'll hide under the bridge, and when the coyotes tell them, they'll run across the border. There's this bridge here. There is, there's an even bigger bridge further down.
They sat there for a couple of thousand years and then they backed out. When they backed out,
Where's Quito
land
Boquito?
was full of bird grass.
Because the other bridge is right beside Quito Boquito. Here we go. Okay. You can't really tell, but this mountain right here is Quito Boquito. It should say it right on it. Okay. On the U.S. side, there's the mountain called Quito Boquito, and then you've got this bridge, the wash right here. There's a bridge here, there's a bridge there. They do the same thing at both of those bridges. The trucks and the buses will drop off 100, 200, 300 people, and they'll hide under those bridges until the coyotes say go.
So they pay, these people paid that guy to drop them off there?
Yes.
Okay, so
And then they pay the coyote to get them across. Usually it's between $1,400 and $2,800 per person to get them across. Yeah, it's a big money maker. Huge money maker.
So what about the Yuma area, Los Algodones?
They do the same thing in Yuma. However, Yuma there's actually a town there.
Can you show me the border thing? I want to take a look and have that Colorado border. See which way they're coming through. Sometimes they come right out of the Colorado River. I don't know where it is. I can't tell if those are the guys that ran the trucks or those guys seeking asylum and who they are.
But like the Lincoln Line,
Because I think you go to the mission.
There's Yuma, and that's the Mexico Highway 2.
it's free to go through.
It runs along the entire border,
That's so they can keep the size down to 10.
and they use that in conjunction with the river to either.
So where do they come across here now?
At Yuma, I don't know for sure. I've spent 99% of my time in Lukeville.
Stay on the carpet. Don't step off the road. Because alarm will go off and you will be hurt.
Colorado River probably be one of the ways that come across here.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next station stop here in just a few moments will be Lincoln, Illinois. Will be next to Lincoln as your stop. Make sure you gather all the personal belongings before exiting. Exit downstairs on the lower level where you see inform crew members on
Yeah,
this will be
there's the
Lincoln,
Colorado
Illinois.
River right there.
Been around this part of Illinois, you know,
So there's Colorado River. There's the mission right downtown. So you come down there and you go right into the mission.
So that's their highway.
That's where they go and do food break, get water, change their clothes, trash their shoes.
Yep.
And then go back maybe to Los Algodones back up in here.
5 o'clock dinner reservations. Please proceed to the diner. Anyway, here's this little concrete pedestal just a couple feet high.
Usually you can tell because the coyote is going to, well, keep in mind, nobody has any gear. The coyote is going to have the nicest backpack with the most stuff in it, especially water. They're going to have the most expensive clothes on, and usually a hat. The people who have paid are going to be wearing older clothes that are more worn, unless they've got their change that they just took out of their backpack and put it on. They're going to be way more dehydrated. They're going to look more exhausted. And they're going to be having a cowardly attitude because they are used to being abused and pushed around and told what to do. The coyote is the one who does the abusing, tells them what to do, and pushes them around. So you've got to use all your senses. What's being said, how they're acting, whether they're fake acting or being real. But usually you can figure it out.
Well, those two guys that came out of the river had older clothes on. They didn't have hats on. One male was older than the other one. Like the one male was about 48, the other man.
Really, you know, once you get over the can accept this.
The one that was younger was quiet. I think he was speaking English.
Right.
And the older guy was talking, and he was like, "Where's the Michigan? Where's the Michigan?"
Right.
That's all he wanted.
Right. Probably the only words of English you knew.
I think that's it got like embraced in this that it kept saying it, kept saying it, kept saying it. So we just pointed. We didn't speak no English.
Right. I gotta take some meds and gotta get a nap in.
Alright.
I haven't had a good night's sleep in like a month.
It's too busy chasing people around, huh?
As long as you don't put it on your head and get down on the floor and start howling where you want. Although stick it in the margaritas don't look good. My wife the other day, we went to, that was Friday night, we went to a Cinco de Mayo party. And they had orange pineapple margaritas.
Wow.
Oh my lord, that one
There we go, there's trash. Oh, cool. It'll fit that way. Thanks.
Yeah, it's fire. That is crazy. You're right.
Excuse me. Thank you.
If you choose not to eat in the diner, please join us in the lounge car. We're located toward the center of the train, the lower part of the observation car. The car has surrounding windows, tables, and seats. We have a variety of breakfast items for you to choose from. We have a breakfast sandwich that consists of sausage, egg, and cheese on an English muffin for $4.75. We also have a bagel and cream cheese for $2.50. And we have donut holes, blueberry muffin, pound cake, and cinnamon roll for $3.25. We also have hot tea, hot coffee, or hot chocolate for $2. Bottled water for $2.25, and juices, cranberry, orange, or apple for $2.75. Feel free to join us in the lounge car. The lounge car is open and serving. Thank you.
Amtrack signature buttermilk pancake trio, cheese quesadilla, eggs, and tomatillo sauce, a 3-egg omelet, and on the side we have pork sausage, apple maple chicken sausages, and smoked bacon. Ladies and gentlemen, seating in the diner is on a first come first served basis.
station stop is going to be Marshall, Texas, approximately 10 minutes. This is an early arrival. For our Marshall passengers, please listen carefully. Once again, Marshall passengers. When we stop here at the station, we'll be able to work our sleeper car, and then we're going to have a crew change. So on our first stop, our sleeper passengers, you will be able to detrain. For our coach passengers, we're going to have to pull our train down, so we need you to please remain seated. That'll be about 10 minutes before we actually pull our train ahead after the crew change and then work our coach cars. So again, the first stop here at Marshall will be working our sleeper car, have a crew change, and then the second stop will be for our coaches. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this station stop is Marshall. And again, for our Marshall coach passengers, it'll be a few minutes and we're going to pull our train ahead. And at that time, you will be able to detrain here at the Marshall station. Please go ahead and use this opportunity to check around your seating area to ensure you have all your personal items. Folks who will be departing Marshall on time as well. For our Marshall coach passengers, once again, we will make an announcement when it's time for you to come down the stairs toward the exit doors. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we're going to be moving our train ahead for our Marshall coach passengers. Please ensure you check around your seating area and that you do have all your personal items. Go ahead and make your way down the stairs at this time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Marshall was crew change point. We still have to check everybody's tickets again. Please have your tickets ready, whether it be an electronic device or a paper ticket. Checking everybody's tickets from Chicago. Thank you. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got a new set of conductors on the train. We're going to be your ticket sweep. A ticket sweep for the entire train. From front of the train to the rear of the train, we're checking everybody's tickets. And this means you. We don't want anybody left out. So we're going to check everybody's tickets, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter when you got on, how long you've been on, or where you're going. We're checking everybody's tickets. If it's on your phone, please make sure the pictures you have of it. Make sure that picture is zoomed in on the scanning bar, and make sure your electronic device is on bright. As bright as it can possibly be to make sure it's getting the first time. If it's on an email or anywhere on a PDF on your phone, please bring up that email PDF on the phone. Touch the bottom of the screen, it brings up the ticket itself where the scanning bar is located. We'll be able to scan that scanning bar as well. If there's on a sheet of paper that you have printed off, please make sure that sheet of paper is open, unfolded to the scanning bar. And if it's an actual ticket that you got from the ticket agent, make sure that ticket is open. Open that envelope up, ladies and gentlemen. Bring out that ticket with the scanning bar on the bottom, and we'll be able to scan that ticket off. Once again, we'll be doing a ticket sweep for the entire train, and this means everybody, including you. Thank you. Oh, one more thing, ladies and gentlemen. Approximately 25 minutes, we run our next stop at Longview, Texas. At Longview, it is not a smoke stop, but at Longview, if you decide to get off the train, stretch your legs from a cigarette, you do it at your own risk. Thank you.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, here momentarily right my next stop of Longview, Texas. Coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Yay, Longview. If Longview is your stop or connecting bus to Houston Shreveport, then Longview is your stop also. Please take this time to check up, down, round, and below your seats for your personal belongings. Now, for your safety, includes everybody and you. Do not go downstairs. Do not go downstairs until we make a complete stop at the station. Do not block the walkways or stairwells for your safety as everybody else's, please. Remain seated until we make a complete stop at the station. After we make a complete stop at the station, then and only then is send your car downstairs using the handrails as you come down the stairs and exit the train. After we make a complete stop at the station. Now, for those who are traveling through, pay close attention. Now, Longview is not a smoke stop, but if you decide to get off the train, stretch your legs, smoke a cigarette. You do it at your own risk, so do not. And I repeat, do not leave train side. And with all the board been given, please enter the train. Now, if you're on the train leaves Longview, well, you'll be left in Longview. That's all right. Catch the next train tomorrow night. But we want to make sure you get to the destination today, so please, once again, those who are traveling through, if you get off the train, stretch your legs, smoke a cigarette, you do it at your own risk. So do not leave the train side, and with all the boards been given, please enter the train. Because if you're not on the train leaves Longview, you'll be left in Longview. I know, because I've seen me do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now riding into Longview, Texas, ladies and gentlemen. If you got a connecting bus to Houston Shreveport, then Longview is your stop also. Please remain seated until we make a complete stop. And those who are traveling through, if you get off the train, stretch your legs, smoke a cigarette, you do it at your own risk. So do not leave train side, and with all the board being given, please enter the train. Because if you're not on the train leaves Longview, then you'll be left in Longview. I know, because I've seen me do it. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please hit your car down the stairs. Use the handrails to come downstairs and exit the train. Thank you.
gentlemen, making our way into the Dallas station. If Dallas is your stop, please take this time to gather all the items while on board and remain seated till the train makes a complete stop at Dallas station. Once again, Dallas is your stop. Gather all the items and remain seated till the train makes a complete stop at Dallas. Once we're stopped, they can come on down the stairs using the handrail and exit the train for Dallas, Texas. Dallas coming up. Please remain seated till the train makes a complete stop for Dallas.
If you'd like to get off the train, stretch your legs, smoke a cigarette, you're more than welcome to do so. But do not leave train side. As soon as our station work is complete, we will be leaving promptly. And with all the boards been given, please enter the train. Now, if you're not on the train leaves Dallas, well, you'll be left in Dallas. Well, that's all right. You catch the next train tomorrow night. But we want to make sure you get to destination today. So please, once again, for those who are traveling through with us, get off the train, stretch your legs, smoke a cigarette, do not leave train side. And with all the boards been given, please enter the train. Because if you're not on the train leaves Dallas, you'll be left in Dallas. I know because I've seen you do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost there. Living. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now in Dallas, Texas. We'll get to Dallas if you stop. Make sure you have all your personal belongings with you. It's send your car down the stairs using the handrails. You come down the stairs and exit the train. Thank you.
What is that? I'm gonna have to look that one up.
This is, ladies and gentlemen, here momentarily right by next stop, Fort Worth, Texas. Coming up, ladies and gentlemen, and Fort Worth is your stop, or connecting train to Oklahoma. Then Fort Worth is your stop also. Please take this time to check up, down, right, and below your seats for your personal belongings. Now, for your safety, includes everybody in you. Please remain seated. Do not go downstairs. Do not block the walkways or stairwells. We don't want anybody getting hurt, so please, once again, please remain seated to make a complete stop at the station, and then and only then is send your car downstairs using the handrails to come downstairs and exit your train. Now, those who are traveling through, pay close attention. Now, we all arrived in Fort Worth early today. Yay. So, for those who want to get off the train, stretch your legs, smoke a cigarette, you're more than welcome to do so. But be back at the train by 2 o'clock. Those who are traveling through with us, be back at the train by 2 o'clock. And when all the board's been given, please enter the train. Now, if you're not on the train leaves Fort Worth, well, you'll be led to Fort Worth. But that's all right. Catch the next train tomorrow night. But we want to make sure you get to the destination today. So please, once again, those who are traveling through this, if you get off the train, stretch your legs, smoke a cigarette, be back at the train by 2 o'clock. And when all the board's been given, please enter the train. Because if you're not on the train leaves Fort Worth, then you'll be led to Fort Worth. I know, because I've seen you do it. Thank you. May we touch please with your lounge car attendant. The lounge car will be closed in approximately about 10 minutes, so the attendant can restock and also take a lunch break. So if there's anyone wishing to make a purchase of any sort, please do so at this time. The lounge car will be closed in approximately about 10 minutes, so that the attendant can restock and also take a lunch break. An announcement will be made of the lounge car reopens your service shortly after this lunch break is over. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now pulling into the Fort Worth station. Once again, Fort Worth is your stop, connecting train to Oklahoma. Then Fort Worth is your stop also. Please make sure you have all your personal belongings with you. Do not come downstairs. Do not come downstairs till we make a complete stop at the station. Those who are traveling through with us, We are arriving a little early. If you got train stretch late, smoke a cigarette, be back at the train by 2 o'clock. Those who are traveling through, be back by 2 o'clock. And with all the more than given, please enter the train. Because if you're not on the train leaves Fort Worth, you'll be left in Fort Worth. I know, because I've seen me do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we're almost there. Wait for it. See it before. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now in Fort Worth, Texas. Fort Worth, Texas, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Fort Worth is your stop for connecting train, Oklahoma. Then
adjust that. There's no reason to have it recording nothing.
Oh, you gotta let me in there a quick second. I gotta check this.
Are they by chance gonna hook to us?
No.
No? Oh. No. When they said we were waiting on another one, I thought, okay, maybe they're gonna hook to the backside.
No, we just said they were holding the main line.
Oh, I see. Okay.
minutes, we'll be arriving at our stop of Cleburne. Cleburne, Texas, coming up. Cleburne's your stop. Please take a few moments, check around your seat. Make sure you have all your personal belongings with you. Cleburne, Texas, coming up. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be making 2 stops at Cleburne. We'll be stopping for the sleeper first, then we'll pull down for the coaches. Sleeper, then the coaches at Cleburne. Ladies and gentlemen, now arriving Cleburne. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now departing Cleburne. Next stop, McGregor, Texas, coming up next.
If you're looking out the window right now, this body of water we're going over is the Brazos River. Mighty Brazos, ladies and gentlemen, and there's a lot of extra water in the Brazos today.
Muddy as hell.
way through the rest of the train. As I said, ladies and gentlemen, sitting in the dining for dinners by reservations, and I'll be making my rounds in about 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes, we'll be arriving at our stop on McGregor, Texas coming up. McGregor's your stop. Please take a few moments, check around your seat, make sure you have all your personal belongings with you. McGregor, Texas coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now departing McGregor. Next stop, Temple, Texas. Temple, Texas in about 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And Temple will be a smoke stop. Temple, Texas, coming up next.
letting this freight train clear out of our way. As soon as this freight train clears out of our way, we'll then be on our way to our stop of Temple, Texas, coming up next.
to the diner. Upon entering the diner, please wait to be seated by a member of the staff. And as always, seating is community seating, which means you will be sharing a table. 6 o'clock dinner reservations, please proceed to the diner.
gentlemen, please have your attention. In about 5 minutes, we'll be arriving at our stop of Taylor. Taylor, Texas, coming up. Taylor's your stop. Please take a few moments, check around your seat. Make sure you have all your personal belongings with you. Taylor, Texas, coming up. Have your attention please for lounge car. The lounge car will be closed in approximately 10 minutes so that the tenant can take a dinner break. So if there's anyone wishing to make a purchase at this time, please do so at this time. An announcement will be made. The lounge car reopens for service shortly after the dinner break is over. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in approximately 2 to 3 minutes, we'll be arriving at our stop at Taylor, Texas, coming up. 2 to 3 minutes, we'll be stopped at Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, this stop is Taylor, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, last and final call, Taylor, Texas. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are leaving Taylor. Next stop, Austin, Texas, coming up.
water a good time? Oh my God, yes. The moment that I threw as one of my friends' phrases, I threw it in the fucking bucket, was we had about a day and a half of no sleep because of the dragging anchor and sailing through a storm and anchoring again and dragging anchor again. So after about a day and a half of zero sleep, every time I tried to sleep, we were woke up after an hour, hour and a half. So John finally took everybody's advice and we went behind the seawall. So we anchored, well, I thought we were tied off to a buoy, and later I find out we were tied off incorrectly. So tied off, finally went to sleep, and I was woke up an hour and a half later by the boat slamming into the seawall in the storm, because I don't know if we tied off incorrectly or if the buoy broke free from the bottom, but we were still tied to the buoy and we were against the seawall and the waves were just slamming us into it over and over and over. That was the moment I said, screw this. As soon as we're ashore, I'm done and I got to figure out how to get home, because the original plan was to go. We drove from Arizona to New Jersey in 34 hours, taking turns driving, just straight through, non-stop except for gas. And we picked up this boat, 27-foot Bristol, which is a very sturdy boat. And the seller of it took us out and showed us the specifics of the boat. While we were out on that initial trip, the motor dies. And 5 minutes after the motor dies, the winds pick up and we've got between 6 and 10 foot swells. Well, I'm there because I'm a friggin' mechanic. So I'm down below working on the motor, getting thrown about, slammed from side to side by waves that I can't see coming. And one of the guys, his name is Craig, he's an engineer. He was yelling down to me, warning me when the waves were gonna hit. And thank goodness I brought Dramamine, because I was taking Dramamine like they were candy. I finally got the motor fixed, and we motored halfway in. We were about maybe 10 miles out. And this is between New Jersey and New York, so I had a beautiful view of New York City the whole time, and the only thing that I really wanted to do was go see the Statue of Liberty, and we were never able to do that because the boat never operated well enough to do that. So we're halfway back to the marina, and the engine dies again. I go back down below, trying to figure out what the hell happened. Well, this time what happened was the points broke. I mean, they broke in two. There's no way I'm fixing that. I looked up at the previous owner. His name was Tim. He's Russian. And I said, this is going to sound like a stupid question or a sarcastic question. It's not. It's a serious question. Do you have an extra set of points for this motor? He says, no. So we were screwed. You know, the only way we were getting back is sailing back. And the wind at that point had calmed down and there was no wind. So we're trying to get a sailboat another 5 miles back to the harbor or to the marina with no wind and no motor. So we put the sails up, both the main and the jib, and we were averaging 1/2 of 1 knot for about 4 hours. Right. So I did learn, you know, how to sail with the very minimal amount of wind. And I learned how to sail with just a main or with a main and a jib. I don't remember what the name of the other one is. Okay, so the first time we careened, and again, like I said, every single time we did it, it was accidental. The people on shore who realized we were drifting and didn't know it, they called the harbor police and the fire department and the Coast Guard. And when they all showed up, John said, you know, we don't need your help, stand down. And I'm looking at him like, you're crazy. Well, we did careen the boat, not intentionally, and he's telling all the emergency services to leave that he's running a training exercise. He's lying through his teeth. But he's my best friend, stood by him. And with that incident, it took us 3 days, the tide going in and out every 6 hours. It took us 3 days to get the boat off the beach. And in the end, it only got off the beach because the previous owner of the boat came out and I was helping him. John, again, has a broken leg. There's only so much he can do. And John's also telling everybody, if everybody would just leave us alone, I can get the boat off the beach. Well, all these true sailors are having a difficult time getting the boat off the beach. There's not a chance in hell that John with a broken leg could have done it successfully the first time, even though he has his brain set on, I could have done it the first day. So 3 days later, we finally get the boat off. He anchors it about a mile offshore. And then a storm hits. Well, the storm drags the boat, even though it's anchored, it drags the boat about 5 miles across the bay to the other side of it. And there's nothing that we can do about it because it's a storm. We can't get to the boat. And the stuff that needs to be done to the boat, we can't do because, again, it's a storm. So we had to wait a day and a half, 2 days for the storm to be done. And then we had to take a trimaran out to the boat. Me and the owner of the trimaran were operating the trimaran, and we were pulling John in the dinghy behind us. So it takes us about 4 hours to get out to the boat. We get to the boat and we find out that some of the stays are broken now. We find all the stuff that's broken and we have to start fixing stuff. The jib is shredded, the main is fine. So now we've got to start repairs. So it takes us about a week to do all the repairs. Well, repairs are finally done. We go and we anchored behind the seawall, and there's a couple more parts that have to come in. They finally come in. We do those last repairs, and then we heard about another storm coming in. So we're out sailing around, and we anchored in a spot on the far side of Sandy Hook, and we sat there the whole day watching the weather, watching the storm come across the country. Now Crystal's watching the storm too, and she's seeing that in each of the major cities that it hits in Tornado Alley, it's spurring tornadoes and destroying buildings and killing people. So we're watching it really carefully. And as each little part of the storm breaks off and comes over us, I'm recording the weather getting worse, getting better, and so forth. And finally, when the main part of the storm is getting to us, and I asked John, I was like, hey, it's decision time. Are we going to go and anchor behind the seawall, or are we going to ride it out, or what? He comes up and says, let's do some sailing. So there we are, we're sailing through this fucking gale. And we sailed for a few hours through it. The worst part of it at that moment seemed to have passed. So we go and we anchor about a half mile offshore in about 20 feet of water, and the boat has a 4-foot draft. So we anchor there, and again, because of the storms and everything breaking and us fixing it all, we haven't had sleep in days. We've had a couple hours here, a couple hours there. So we anchor, and somebody's got to watch GPS to see if we start dragging again. So John takes the first shift of sleeping. I have the first shift of watching GPS. Everything was fine until about 1 o'clock in the morning. And it was pretty rough winds and all, and I was surprised the anchor held that long. But finally, about 1 o'clock in the morning, I had checked the GPS at 12:30. We were still holding fine. The GPS showed us in our little circle, which was the length of our anchor line. Well, 1 o'clock when I checked it, and all of a sudden we had moved about 4 city blocks, just back and forth in different directions. So I woke John up and told him we're dragging anchor. He asked, how far, and I really couldn't tell. I said, about 4 city blocks. So he starts the motor and gives me instructions on which direction to go. And it turns out that in us dragging anchor and the wind pushing us back and forth and spinning us around and all, the anchor line had wrapped around the propeller. So when I start the motor, it cuts the anchor line, and I realized it had cut the anchor line and it's wrapped around the propeller, but John didn't believe that. He swore it was just a matter of us dragging the anchor. So he does circles and loop-de-loops and figure eights and stuff, trying to move the line from being wrapped around the prop, and it doesn't. It's still there. So we go and we tie off to a buoy behind the seawall. Storm is still hitting, and it takes everything I have to tie off to this buoy because of the winds and the waves, and trying to tie a line to a buoy with the boat pulling in the opposite direction. I finally get us tied off, and I'm freaking exhausted. But we're behind the seawall now, so we both lay down and we go to sleep. That was about 2 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning, we are woken up by the boat repeatedly slamming into the seawall. The rope is still tied to the buoy, but the buoy is broken off from the bottom. I pulled the buoy up beside the boat, and my knot's still there, but the cable that runs from the buoy down to the bottom of the concrete where it's buried in the ocean, that cable's broken. Well, later I learned that you don't tie off to a buoy like that. You pull the buoy up and you tie to the bottom cable. Whether that's true or not, I don't have a clue. I'm just learning, but it broke. So I untied the buoy, throw it back overboard, and that action of us hitting the seawall repeatedly, I thought we were going to sink. So in my mind, that was it. I'm done with this. So we go over to the fueling station at one of the marinas, and we tie off there, and I just pass out. I'm beyond exhausted, and John did too. Well, whenever we woke up a few hours later, John had the idea, well, we need to replace this anchor line. So I went to his car and down to the hardware store and bought new anchor lines, and he was supposed to meet me at the next marina, which was up against the wind about a mile. So I go and I get the anchor line and go to the other marina. John never shows up. The winds and storm were so bad that when he tried to sail into the wind laid the boat flat where the sail was on the water. And thank goodness it has a 5,000-pound keel, because that pulled it back up. But every time he tried to turn into the wind, it laid him flat again. He had no choice but to go with the wind instead of against it. Well, the wind pushed him unwillingly 5 miles in the other direction, and I don't know what's going on. I'm at the other marina wondering where the hell's John. Why isn't he shown up yet? All he had to do was motor 1 mile this way. Well, then I see an emergency rescue boat leave the marina, and I thought, oh great, this is not good. I called the guy that I had been staying with and had him look with his binoculars to see if he could see the boat anywhere. He couldn't see it anywhere. So he comes and gets me, and a couple hours later, the Coast Guard calls me and says that John called them with a message for me, and the message was that he's had a change of plans. He wants me to meet him at a different marina, which is downwind. Well, basically he lied to the Coast Guard because he didn't change his plans. His plan was bad. The wind won't let him go that way. So we go looking for him. By the time we got where he said he was going to be, the wind had blown him another quarter mile. We couldn't find him. So we wasted 2 hours looking all over Sandy Hook and finally found him. But he was right in the middle of the bay between Sandy Hook and the coast of New Jersey. There was no way we could get to him. The boom of that attaches to the mast holding the mainsail broke. That was hanging in the water. He's trying to go against the wind with a broken leg, and all he's doing is causing more damage to the boat. So I essentially called and left a voicemail on his phone that I've gone as far as I'm willing to go. I'm gonna find my own way back home. Good luck if you continue, but I am not part of the crew anymore. And I also sent an email to the Coast Guard letting them know that I was not on board anymore, that he is the sole person on board. I didn't throw him under the bus, saying I'm not there anymore, it's just him. First I looked at flying. Plane ticket was $600. I was like, forget that, I'll find something cheaper. Then I looked at renting a car. A car to go from New Jersey to Arizona was $800. I said, fuck that. I'm not gonna rent a car. And I was just sitting there, I was getting so upset I couldn't even think straight. I called Crystal and I told her, I can't do this, what are my options? And she looked around and she found a train ticket for $280 from New Jersey to Arizona. I was like, cool, book it. So she booked it, sent me the email and all the information. I had to wait another 3 days, but now this is my 3rd day on the train. Tomorrow is my last day. It stops in Tucson, so I'll be taking the train from New Jersey to Tucson across the U.S. Earlier today, I looked at GPS and realized that I was 200 miles north of Beaumont, Texas, which, yes, I'm seeing all the areas of Texas that I've heard about from you guys all my life, but never actually seen them. So, yeah, I'm going through there. We'll be stopping in San Antonio in a few hours, and then tomorrow taking the last leg of the trip to Tucson. So I know that's why I said, I realized we were in Texas, so I was curious, where exactly am I? And I enlarged the map on my phone, and due south of me 200 miles I saw the name Beaumont. And I was like, oh my god. Yeah, no kidding. Well, I am. The rest of my team is still there. In fact, our paramedic found out. Our paramedic, I found out today, was exposed to measles this morning, and she's never had them before, so she's quarantined now. Right. And she, you know the website for Facebook, right? You know Facebook? Okay, well, Facebook has all these rules and regulations, and if you say something that they don't like, they ban you for 3 days. Well, we call it Facebook jail, okay? Well, all of us deplorables consider Facebook jail a stepping stone, a milestone. It's a congratulatory thing. You said something to piss off Facebook, oh, that means you're doing something right. So I found out today that she was in Facebook jail for 3 days, so I sent her a message of congratulations, woohoo. So she's in Facebook jail for 3 days, and she's quarantined. So right now she can't be on the border. When I get home tomorrow evening, you know, I've got 2 volunteers coming in. One of them from California, from Los Angeles. The other one, actually from New Jersey, a guy I met while I was out there. He's going to be coming in too. So I've got to, you know, decide, okay, I've been gone for 6 weeks. Am I going to take a few days and give my family some personal time? Or am I going to go back out on the border and meet the team out there? So, so that's what I've been doing. I'm still alive, only because as Becky would say, I threw it in the fucking bucket. Yeah, everybody was telling me as each thing happened, you need to get out of there, screw it, you're done. And I held on for as long as I could, because again, my best friend needed my help. But it got to the point where everything that went wrong, and keep in mind, he's the captain of the ship. He's responsible for everything that happens on the ship. Everything that happened, he blamed on me. So after so many things being blamed on me, I'm like, fine, then take me out of the equation. I'm gone. And the fact that he broke more things, you know, and had more problems after I was no longer on board is very obvious evidence that I was not the problem. So that's what I've been doing. I'm on my way back home. I'm not dead. I didn't drown. We didn't go down with the ship. Even though I know that boat is seriously damaged. I know, I have to. I don't really have a choice about that. Plus, you know, being home around Crystal, all the kids again, it'll be a perfect way for me to clear my mind before I go back to the border. I will. Sure. I love you too. I know, right? Bye-bye. Like you always tell me about, you know, phone calls. They go both ways. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Okay, I owe you the next phone call then. I was trying to joke. I know. Here's the comical thing about John. John has a bunch of tractors. Some of them are on his property. Some of them are still with the person he bought them from. He's got maybe 5 of them across the country that he's purchased and not gone and picked up. Well, this morning, this train passed a yard in Texas, and I saw like 30 tractors in the yard. So I pulled up on Google Earth, or on Google Maps, my location, because it'll tell you the names of businesses that you're around. And I saw the property and the business that it was. So I turned around and I looked up the business online. I sent John the name of the business and a picture of it from the satellite and saying, hey, it's got like 30 tractors here. And I did that to see if he's going to still have bad judgment. Yes, I do. I told Crystal when I was doing that, I said, I'm going to test John's judgment and see how long this bad judgment is going to last. And I told her what I did. She's like, oh, Lord. He's 10 years older than I am, so he's 56. Which is cool. I always laugh with her. Be like, the beautiful thing is, okay, she didn't work for Amtrack. It's just an idea she'll get. Right. Her buddy won't start to.
Yes, yeah. Roger that.
So does she have to make like? Can she?
They're gonna do the same thing.
Okay.
And she works at Sealands, so she make a nice little change.
Well, he hasn't killed himself yet.
Since her stuff starts next year.
Yeah.
I want her to just go get you done.
I love you too. Have a safe night. Bye bye.
You don't have to do nothing. You didn't have to get no deal because I'm going to get a job next year to go along with my job. And we can do that deal in Texas. I'll be able to pay all this other money.
Right.
As long as I stay healthy and everything's good, we still have a good Christmas spirit. So this time, next year, everyone she get her check. I don't need your money. You do what you want to. Right.
gentlemen, in approximately about 5 minutes, we'll be arriving at our stop of San Marcos. San Marcos, Texas, coming up. San Marcos is your stop. Please take a few moments, check around your seat. Make sure you have all your personal belongings with you. San Marcos.
has 4% battery. Well, that's why I said Mom and Dad called. Really? Right. Yes. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Really? Yeah. Really? Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the last and final call for San Marcos. Last and final call, San Marcos.
That's a shock. Right. No, it's not. Well, I agree with her. Go back. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now departing San Marcos. Next stop, San Antonio. San Antonio, Texas. Coming up next.
Right. Right. Uh-huh. when did the confrontation take place? Where she... Oh, so it wasn't them live streaming? Okay. Right. Wow. Jeez. Wow. Right. Wow. Wow. Right. My goodness. Yeah. Right. Right. Okay. Right. Right. Well, today is the 6th. I don't see anything posted after the 3rd. I told her to start a second one. No, she evidently hasn't done it. I told her to, and she agreed it was a good idea. Okay, well, I don't see the video that you're talking about. Okay. Oh, he has a Facebook page too? Oh, I thought that was YouTube. Okay. Right, okay. Right. Okay, you said it was this morning? Oh, I think I see it. Okay. Right, right, right. To do. the one where the kid has the measles. If that's what it is. All the bumps on the hand. Wow, okay. Well, I'm glad I carry the face masks and the gloves with me. Right. Yes, I've been inoculated for it, but that does not mean that it can't get on my clothes and that I, transport it that way.